Bow your heads with me, please, in prayer. Heavenly Father, we come to you this morning just grateful for another day, and despite the cold, grateful to you for these blessings. Lord, we would be remiss if we didn't just take a minute to think of all of the families in DeKalb County who are hurting this morning. Lord, I just think of the family of Master Trooper James Bailey and others, Lord, who've lost family members over the last couple of weeks. Lord, we just ask that your Holy Spirit would just be with these families, provide them peace and comfort as only you can do. And God, we just ask that today as we just continue to look through various issues for our county, for our citizens, Lord, that you would give us all wisdom to do the very best that we can for them. In Jesus' name, amen.
Copies of the minutes of the February 14th meeting. Accept those as presented. Next, we had one of our residents away.
Yes. So tax abatement reporting as part of my annual financial report just started in 2021's report. So in viewing that, we had reported our values based on the tax rate only. And we've been audited by State Board of Accounts for that AFR, and nothing was said. So I'm not sure their role in that yet because it's new for our AFR. But later, like late fall of 22, then we learned that we were actually supposed to report it as a percentage per $100 of value. So therefore, the values that people can see for the 2021 AFR appear that ours is way, way high because it's like 17 million. But in reality, that amount would have been 179,000 and some change because we did not report that as a percentage of that value. So the procedures have all been fixed for our office. So the 2022 AFR tax abatement numbers are all reported correctly as that percentage.
So is that showing corrected numbers on Gateway, or that can't happen?
It won't because I can't unlock and go back into 2021. But because I just did 2022, which was due March 1st, I was able to unlock that, put the correct values in, and then submit it again.
I know that that's been, it's out there on Facebook, areas, so we'd appreciate it if that was taken down and not giving out false information. Moving on, additional appropriations and transfers. We have one additional. Part of the LHD annual survey grant for $1,000. Let's see here. Department is the health department. It is the local health department annual survey grant. Account 22130, operating supplies. And the amount requested is $1,000. Was this included in the annual budget request? The answer to that is no. This is a new fund, so it was not available at that time. How will the appropriation be used? To purchase preparedness signs. Specific cost of the items is $1,000. How was the cost determined? It was a quote. Is this a recurring expense? The answer is no. And was this discussed with the department's liaison? And that is yes. That was discussed with Councilman Van Wy. So can I have a motion to approve this additional in the amount of $1,000? Been moved by Councilman Yard, second by Councilwoman Dembski. Discussion? Comment from the public? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same. That motion's carried. So that is all with additionals.
Amy, you might want to actually talk because,
Okay.
not you, this Amy. Because the
I knew what she was doing,
I know,
but the
but
rest of
the-
the world wouldn't.
the public wouldn't know if they're
Looked right
viewing.
at me. Sorry.
It's okay.
All right. Next are the transfers. Give me a second here. And we have several transfers, and I have just closed that. And the first transfer request comes to us from the sheriff's office. This is in the general fund. And they are asking to move $5,000 from utilities account 33540 to repairs and maintenance supplies 22310. The reason for this transfer is to update the lighting in the jail to be more economical. The fixtures will not need to be changed, just the bulbs. Updating to LED bulbs will last longer and are cheaper to replace. Our maintenance officer will do the replacing of the bulbs. Attached is the information regarding the operating cost. This was submitted by the sheriff, Brady Thomas. It was discussed with me back in February 16th. And the projection cost savings on switching over is $28,000 for the annual operating over the 5-year period. Are there any questions about this transfer? Hearing none, I'll entertain a motion.
So moved.
Been moved by Councilman Yard. Is there a second? Second by Councilman Collins. Discussion? Comment from the public? Hearing none, all those in favor of this transfer signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same. That motion's carried. Next one comes to us from Central Communications. This is in the Cume Cap Fund in the amount of $24,900. And this is moving the money from $24,900, moving it from furniture and fixtures, 44410, to building and structure, 33670. Why is this transfer needed? To allocate the funds to the correct account for the UPS capacitor replacement. Will an additional appropriation be requested due to this transfer? The answer is no. Was this discussed with your liaison? And the answer to that is yes, they did discuss it with me. Just a matter of putting the money in the right line item. I have a motion to accept this transfer. Been moved by Councilwoman Dembski. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Councilman Yard. Discussion? Comment from the public? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same. That motion is carried. Next comes the transfer from the Sheriff's Department, and this is in the K-9 Unit Fund. Amount is $1,000. from other service 32780 to 44525, purchase of K-9. Why is this transfer needed? DeKalb Central donated $9,000 for a K-9 for their schools. We currently have $8,000 budgeted in purchase of K-9. We are requesting that to transfer $1,000 from other service to be able to pay the invoice for the K-9. We budgeted $18,000 in the K-9 fund. With the donation, we are still below the $18,000, so an additional will not be requested. Will an additional appropriation be requested due to this transfer? The answer is no. Was this discussed with the department liaison? The answer is yes. That was discussed with me as their liaison. And I have a motion to approve this transfer.
So moved.
Been moved by Councilman Collins. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Councilwoman Prosser. Discussion?
Rick, the price of $9,000 for the dog, did that include any training, or is that just the price?
As far
for
as
the
I
dog?
know, it's just a dog.
Just for the dog?
No, I think there's training in it.
Is there training
I think
in
there's
there?
training in it, and then there is,
There's a
I
warranty
believe
with
a
it.
warranty.
warranty with it, but I believe that
Because the
there
only
was,
thing we've discussed was just the cost of the dog. So,
I'll verify.
yeah, verify it, but
I don't know that there was like the officer and K-9 together training, but I think that the dog had some training prior, but I'll find out.
prior to that, okay. But, sorry, Dave, we did not discuss that piece.
The cost, excuse me, 9,000 or is it 18,000?
9.
Because I took it as DeKalb Central donated 9 and they already have 8 in their account. So that would be 17 and we're moving another 1,000 to make 18. That's how I understood.
Give me 1 second.
Oh, do we have the invoice on the dog yet?
And it says we budgeted 18,000 in the K-9. That's only how I,
It is 9,000. Okay, so for this fund, they had only budgeted 8,000 in the K-9 account. So they're just transferring $1,000 over into from other service fees. The 18,000 is the total budget of all of their accounts that they did for this year.
For dogs.
For the K-9 unit.
For dogs.
For Fund 4012, the K-9 fund.
Now, we've got a copy of a check here from DeKalb for $9,000. Would that not cover the cost of the dog?
It does cover the cost of the dog, but when we have to pay the dog, we have to pay it from the correct account. And right now, the account only has $8,000 in it.
Okay,
That's
that's,
So we
That's where the
have to
confusion.
transfer. So in total for Fund K-9 Unit Fund 4018, there was $18,000 appropriated, $5,000 in operating supplies, $5,000 in other service fees, and $8,000 in the purchase of a K-9. So because what she's saying is because they already got the council's approval to spend up to $18,000, as long as they have the cash to back it in that fund, they just need to transfer the money so the account isn't negative, but won't have to actually ask for an additional appropriation for anything else because there's still money already approved that you guys approved at budget time last
You're thinking
fall.
of only one line item in that fund's budget. There are several line
There's three.
items in that fund's budget. So you're moving the money to the correct line item, is what you're doing.
Because when we pay that invoice, if we don't, then our purchase of K-9 account 44525 will be negative $1,000. Even though the fund won't be negative, the line item will be negative.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
All right. I have a motion, I have a second. Any other discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same, that motion's carried. Right. All right. Randy, are you ready to give us an airport report?
Real quick, I have 3 items that will come around to sign. So make sure you guys sign 3 before you leave. For this one.
You also have the non-approval transfers in your packets this morning, so. All right, Randy?
Okay, lights on. Good morning. Airport is moving forward. You should have in your packets the briefing document as well as the operations numbers for the month. We did take possession of the Meese Chapel. We did, after our last meeting, we took a tour. There was a considerable amount of items left in. We were clear with the church leadership that we really only wanted the property. And when we got the building, it came with all the contents that were left. So there is going to be an online auction through Little John's starting on April 11th and proceeding through April 25th, only online. And there will be a listing of all of the items that are available. There's chairs and tables and some kids' stuff. I'm assuming the church pews and those kind of items will all be listed for sale.
Do you know if they discussed with our county historian whether or not they would want the building or move the building? And if so, did they want any of those contents like the pews?
No. At this point, the discussion was moving the building. We've discussed it with our previous historian as well as the new historian, and I'm not sure there's an alignment there yet whether the building's going to be moved or we're not going to tear it down immediately, but the contents being there just makes it liable for targeting, shall we say. We want the building really to be empty so that it's not.
Right.
When I was working for the engineering company, we got a house over here on Van Buren Street, and within a week of getting access to the house, first day we went in, someone had been living there for most of the week and had actually drug a mattress through a second-story window to spend time in the house. So we'd like to make that less likely. And so the auction is contracted for and will proceed. And at some point, the building is going to move. We're not in any great hurry for that to happen. So there's time, but we'd like to know that there's a plan at some point in the reasonable future. The fencing portion of the paving and lighting project is underway. At our last meeting, we chose to self-fund for now the purchase of the fencing to go around the new section past the old County Road 29 portion in order to lock that in so that we can keep the animals out as soon as possible. Days when I used to fly, when you'd go into airports, it was important that you looked for deer. Apparently, there's a number of coyotes out our way, and the airport staff does an excellent job of keeping those at bay, shall we say. We are working on the self-service fuel system. We have ordered the tank. It should be delivered shortly. Our engineering firm has laid out specifications for the electrical and plumbing necessary to install that system. And basically, an aircraft will be able to taxi up to a pump. They'll use their credit card. They'll be able to self-fuel their airplane 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. weekends and holidays, and then proceed either to park it or leave as necessary. And that's been a request from many of our users over time, that if they need fuel at 6 o'clock at night, and the airport staff has left, they have to call somebody who has to come in to fuel an aircraft. And so this is going to be an addition that I think is going to be well utilized and appreciated by our flying public. Russ was rather verbose in the last section. That's kind of a historical and a prospective listing of what's going on and what has gone on with the airport, with County Road 29 being closed after County Road 62 extension was opened and accepted by the county. The earthwork is done. At some point, I don't know if I can bring pictures to be displayed, but we've got some aerial photos that you can see where the extension of the runway is going to be. The earthwork is all done. And coming up this spring, they're going to be closing and or restricting portions of the runway at different times. This last year, while they were grading, either Russ or Jason was out at the end of the runway with a radio listening for incoming traffic. And when an airplane was coming, they would actually move the construction folks a certain distance away from the runway so the airplane could come in. And when they were leaving, do the same thing. And so they were out there for a couple months managing flow so that the construction could continue and the airport could continue to operate. But coming up in July, from July 28th to August 22nd, we expect the entire runway to be closed. There'll be no airport traffic in and out other than probably the helicopters, since they don't really need to use the runway. Once that paving project is done, there's one more area where we'll be restricted to install the LED lighting that'll be on the runway, FAA requirement. And so we'll be open during the day only until the lighting's installed, and then the airport will have 7,100 feet of operational, actually 6,500 each way. We're going to, in order not to impact Old 427 and or County Road 31, they're displacing the landing threshold about 800 feet from the end of the runway. So an airplane coming in from the west doesn't use the first 800 feet to land on. They actually touch down away from that so that 427 and or County Road 31 is out of the runway protection area. Taking off, they can back right up to County Road 31 and back right up to 427 and use the entire 7,000 feet to leave, which is the safety margin we're looking for. If an aircraft is trying to take off, gets up to 130 miles an hour and has to abort, now they've got almost the same runway distance to stop and not go off the road across into somebody's property or home or anything else that might be in the way. So that's really the reason for lengthening the runway, is strictly a safety issue for the public and the pilots in their aircraft. Next year, the taxiway will be extended. So for this next part, after we're done, airplanes will be able to taxi down to within 2,000 feet of the end of the runway. And then they'll do what we used to do in the old days when there was no taxiway. You get on the radio and say that your aircraft is back taxiing the active. So we would actually pull out, taxi down to the active end, turn around, and then exit from there. So that'll happen until the taxiway is extended and the Malzar lighting, the rabbit, where you can see the lights progress as they point toward the runway. All that will be added then in 2024.
Questions for Randy?
Little John's. I don't know. My in-laws had an auction with them, and it was strictly online. They photographed things from 17 different directions, and yeah. I would have to defer to looking at their website to see if that happens, but we can ask at the board meeting this month, is there's going to be a preview day. Okay, all right.
Anyway, so.
So he's likely to find out by the time we have the meeting then. Okay?
Thank you.
And again, I also included the operations numbers, and we had 972 total operations, aircraft in and out for the month of February, which is considerably up from January.
Any other questions for Randy? Thank you, Randy.
You're very welcome. Have a good day.
Next on the agenda is Michelle Fosnaugh, and Michelle has come to talk to us about the budget for what is 23-24.
Really just 24. I
Just
know.
24 now?
I know,
Okay.
yeah, it seems extraordinarily
good.
early for that, but the reason I'm here, and I kind of summed it up in one of the documents that was attached to the email, was the Department of Correction has yet again moved up the due date for the grants. So the 2024 grants are actually due to the state by April 28th. And of course, we always go through the process of having it approved by the Community Corrections Advisory Board and then bringing it back here for approval. So for the advisory board approval, it has to be all written and ready to go by April 14th. So really about a month from now. So I know it seems extraordinarily early, but in order for me to kind of create a budget for the grant and get all the paperwork that needs done so that we have something to present, I really had to get an idea of what I'm working with and what I'm writing into that budget. So that's why I'm here kind of presenting what we're looking for, what we want to work towards, and answer any questions. So what I sent in, what the proposal is basically our attempt at getting all of our staff at community corrections up to that county salary ordinance. I know it was a big push to kind of get everyone up to those levels that were presented by WIS. And have us be competitive in the labor market and able to do those things. And so that's kind of what we're going for in this budget, is to finally get all of our staff up to that level. Of course, when I say that level, what I'm talking about is actually the 2023 salary ordinance, because unfortunately for us, in the way that our calendar is designed and the way we have to turn things in, it's like we're always a year behind. So that's what we've presented here. As well as other things that have changed for us. So I just kind of did a quick summary of.
Just to clarify that a little bit, and Michelle and I have talked about this, for the county budget for 24, we probably won't even start thinking about that and what those increases or major changes might be until May, and probably more towards June. So she's in a position of needing an answer from us of what we might do in August and September now. I mean, she's between a rock and a hard place, but in that, we just need to understand that you know, we're kind of directing what we might do come May and June and July when we start putting the budget together for 24. So, all right, go ahead, Michelle.
Okay. So I'll just run down the summary real quick and answer any questions that we have there. One of the things that we have to look at for our 2024 budget is there's a 3-year maintenance that has to happen on the HVAC system out at the Community Corrections Building. And we're actually just using the figure from last time. So that's going to be about $6,000 that has to be added into our 2024 budget to get that done. I skipped the first one. There's additional software maintenance. Apparently, these are amounts that were previously covered by the IT department. And they contacted us to let us know that that's something that we need to be able to start picking up from them. And that is $5,600. So those are the first two. The third one, I know if you remember, it seems like for the last 2 years, they've had to come back and ask for additionals for the utilities at the community corrections building because we would get to the end of the year and we wouldn't have enough money left. We'd either have to transfer or ask for some additional funding from the council for that. So in order that we won't have to do that in 2024, we're increasing that amount by $21,500. So it's going to be a total of $106,000 for utilities. The next one, we are raising the amount that we're budgeting for our GPS and our alcohol monitoring because we have had increased numbers that we're serving. And with increased numbers, obviously comes increased cost of using that equipment. So there's an increase of $19,000 there. We also recently found out that our drug screening budget, our drug screens per sample are going to be increasing in 2024. So we have to account for that increased cost, inflation, the cost of everything going up, and we're seeing that in the bills that we're having to pay as well. So we are raising our drug screening budget by $5,000. Next thing was we have fire inspections that we need to complete as part of our auditing process each year. And the fire inspection that was completed previously was only half of what needed to be done. I don't know the reasoning for that. I'm not sure why they didn't do the whole thing. But the company that completed it informed us that they don't do the second part, which is actually testing the fire poles and the alarms themselves. And that's not a service they provide. So we've had to go and identify a different place to do that service for us. The bill for that's going to be about $1,100 a year for all the testing to be done that needs to be done. And we also want to increase our training budget by $5,000. There are a lot of things that we're doing to try to provide the best services, to be evidence-based, to provide classes, groups, interventions, and things that we think are important for actually creating behavior change with our participants. And to do that, we have to have properly trained staff, people that can either run that group, are certified in doing those certain interventions and things like that. And so that's why we have that increase there. And then obviously our desire to get all of our staff up to that salary ordinance level so that we can be competitive with not only the outside labor environment, but also within the county. There are a lot of positions within the county where they can transfer to a different department and make a higher wage. So we want to make sure that we aren't fighting that battle continuously. So just as a side note, I wanted to put that these amounts that we're proposing, obviously in the budget, are kind of on a high-end estimate because we have to make sure we're covering any possibility. So the probation officer's salary is not going to be out also by April. So that's something, it's kind of a guess based on prior raises that are given over the years on that salary schedule, if they do the same thing they've done in the past. There's also a push by one of the state associations to raise those levels even higher. And so what we have done is kind of go a little bit with that higher estimate to make sure that no matter what the outcome is of that push, that we are definitely having it covered and not scrambling to figure out what to do. And then we're also kind of just estimated a 10% increase in medical insurance because we have no idea what that's going to be either. So that's kind of where our numbers are coming from. One of the things that we saw because of our increased numbers at community corrections was we did have more project income than we've had in the past. And so by estimating out what we think that's going to be if our services continue even at the levels they are, we are able to budget a little more there. So you can see we do have an increase in our project income budget about $59,000 over what it was for this year. And then there is going to be some additional money, we believe, from the state for these grants. But as it stands right now in the House bill, it's $175,000 and some more. But there were 261 entities that filed grants this last year. So even if they took that money and just divided it evenly between all of us, that's about $675 per grant entity. So not going to make a huge difference, but you never know what's going to happen behind the scenes. You never know if there's going to be other changes. So the budget that we want to propose is actually going to ask for about $20,000 more in our grant funding, and we'll see what happens, whether we get that or we don't. And then, so with all of these changes, with some other changes that we made, so for example, we've had some position changes at community corrections. There was one position, the Director of Intervention Services, that after we came in and started looking at our combination with probation and the different things that were happening, we didn't really find that to be a necessary position anymore, and that was a higher level salary position at the department, so we were able to eliminate that. I think the combination with probation really helps us there, because if for some reason I wasn't available, whatever reason, they know that they can always call over and talk with the chief probation officer or the assistant chief probation officer to help them out in whatever situation. So that's been one of the benefits of the combination already. So that helped us out. We also had another position that had been a full-time position, which we've been able to change to a part-time. So that person obviously not receiving the same benefits or at the same level. And so those things have kind of helped us to move some things around and be able to create this new budget. So with the increase in the project income and the other things that we're looking at, what we're really doing is kind of asking for the continued support from the county and an additional about $36,000. And that would help us get everybody up to salary ordinance, cover all these bills and everything that we need to do for 2024.
So,
At one time, and I don't know whether you guys ever went through it, you talked about bringing some people over from the probation office to help you in there. Is there any of them in there with you guys, or just all straight community correction people?
People from the probation department?
Yeah.
I wouldn't say that there are people from the probation department. What we're doing is we're actually working a little bit more efficiently. So what's actually happening is there are cases that would have been dual supervised in the past. So there would have been a probation officer assigned to it, watching it, keeping track of it, and then there would have been somebody at community corrections doing the same thing. And what we're doing is streamlining that so there's only one person doing it and making it more efficient.
Okay, how full is your house right now?
There are 29 or 30. I'm not sure what happened with somebody yesterday.
Well, if one of them escaped.
No, not an escape. No.
We want to know if someone's out here with not. And I shouldn't have said that, lost my train of thought.
They're coming to live with you.
Huh?
They're coming to live with you.
Yeah, that's fine. I'd never noticed. Yeah, I always need help. I was going to ask another question. Yeah, go on. Someone else can ask until I think of it.
30 residents out of how many beds?
There are 52 beds.
Do you know your average rate?
Yeah, so we actually ran those numbers, and for last year, so for 2022, our average was right at 30, so about 30 a month, and so that's right where we are right now.
Can you
that
mention?
would have been your first full year without COVID and everything, all the other issues?
I couldn't even say that, because there was a period of time in 2022 where we were keeping one of the small 6-bed units free as a COVID quarantine. So the problem is with our facility, and of course nobody probably thought about this before COVID, is that we don't have any kind of a medical area or any kind of a segregation area. So when we do have somebody positive for COVID and we have to follow these quarantine restrictions, we didn't have anywhere to put them. So keeping that small 6-bed unit unoccupied allowed us a space to do that if we needed to. That was only for a period of time. I want to say it was towards the end of the summer that we opened it back up and could have used all areas.
Sorry, Amy, go ahead.
No, you're fine. Thank you for clarifying. Appreciate that. And then what I understand is that all 30 of those people have to pay, correct?
Correct. Yes.
Okay. And all of them are doing that.
Yes, they are.
Good. And how do you determine a high successful completion rate?
So in our annual report for last year, we calculate that, and our successful completion obviously means that they've completed any programming or condition requirements that are placed on them by the court, that they completed the period of time that they were required by the court by their sentence, and that they are paid up to date and have done all of the things that we ask them in-house to do. So completing goals, all dependent upon the person, because everybody's an individual. If they had any classes or groups, things like that. And so if they do all of those things and they don't have any major disciplinary issues, that's a successful completion. In our annual report last year for the residential and for the home detention parts, our successful completion was 87%, which I am actually just going to tell you as somebody in the criminal justice field is extraordinarily high. That's usually not what you see out of the criminal justice field. There's usually a lot more, terminations, unsuccessful terminations, commission of new offenses, some kind of issue like that. So the other great thing that we found in our annual report for last year, which I like to bring up, is that our percent of positive drug screens went down significantly in 2022. So the year before it had been 15%, and we went down to 7.7 for the year. So, I mean, nearly halved it, which I think is pretty extraordinary as well.
In your program, you don't see consider people. I don't know. People come back. I mean, once they've completed a program, do they come back and do you count that? Is a not a good thing, or is that a good thing? Like, how do you look at that?
So that's a different number that we use in the criminal justice world, and that's something that we're going to start figuring that we don't have numbers on right now. That what we call in criminal justice is recidivism. So somebody who leaves your programming and ends up being rearrested. There are different definitions of it, but they usually range anywhere from 2 years after leaving your program to 3 years after leaving your program. I do not have those numbers right now. That's not something that was being kept, but it's something that we are going to start figuring so that we can answer that question.
So it hasn't been part of your highly successful. Like they came in, they completed.
Correct. That's a different number in the criminal justice world. Yeah.
Okay, getting back to the salaries. Are you trying to get your salaries up to the probation, equal to the probation side, or is these out of the WIC program that we are adjusting? Is that a different animal?
She's got two different groups, basically. She has certain employees that are considered probation officers, I guess we'll use that word. Those have to meet the state guidelines for that salary. The other staff falls under our wage and hour ordinance that we developed from Wagner Shealy. And she was not able to bring her employees up to that level because it wasn't budgeted, because again, we're 6 months ahead of everybody else. So that's what she's trying to do, is bring those that are on the county system up to what we say they should be making. In 20,
And so we're.
yeah, she's a year behind, but she's talking about 24 though.
Part. She runs like me behind, so but okay. But we have no guidelines whether it's going to be a 3%, 2%.
That was my point earlier. We aren't going to make that decision ourselves until probably May, June.
And
not finalize it until August or September.
now, is that what wages? Is that what she's figuring to apply for the grant? Are those covered under the grant too? The county employees? That's not the probation officers. Is what I'm trying to figure out.
Yes, some of them are paid out of the grant. And so that's the reason I'm here for what probably feels like too early in the year. But the reason I'm here is because I have to have all of these things completed and ready to go by April 14th. And so I kind of
Yes, Mom.
need to,
See all these people?
Yeah.
This tells you.
I kind of need to have an idea of, where the county council stands on what I'm turning in and what we're going to be asking the state for. And really, if I'm on the same page with everyone else on getting all of these employees, the ones on the county salary ordinance, where they should have been in 2023.
And this is only my opinion and not anybody else's opinion, just mine. I think we need to make sure that we get these employees up to where we said they should be this year. And she's talking about next year's budget. So she's still going to be a year behind.
So I have a question. For your budget, you used the 2023 salary ordinance, and then did you also figure a certain percentage higher?
I did not. I only used the 2023.
Only used 23, okay.
But here's this, and this is only my opinion. And, so she's got a budget she can turn in for the grant. We need to decide how much of an increase, we're guessing at this, that
That we will give her in total.
So why don't you pick pick a high number, and that way we can cut it back to whatever we want to when we do the budget. Because if she's applying for grant money, she can adjust off of it. I mean, I hate to guess low.
You know, you're asking in total for everything, you're asking for 36 more?
36 more than last year, yes.
Okay.
And
So are you saying that, let's tell her that we'll authorize up to 50 or up to 60? What's the question what you're asking for?
well, I'd like to know what kind of, let's see, how I want to phrase this so you can understand it.
What kind of funding that she can get from the grant?
Grant, because you don't want to short your change and have the county, let's say we say, okay, we're going to give a 3% increase to on top of her correction deal. And it comes back that the state comes back and says, well, the growth rate's 5.4. So I don't want her cheater. I think we can correct it back easier than trying to recover it from the county side. Am I right?
Yeah, I mean, this is my opinion. I would, see what you started. I would think that, like, for example, I would think maybe if she increased, say, 5% over the 2023 salary ordinance numbers that were approved, then if she gets funded, depending in another 4 months, if you guys only give, say, 3%, then she can only go up to the 3% because of the salary ordinance. But there's a chance to possibly get more grant funding, which then could possibly mean that not as much ends up coming from the county.
Without having that number figured, because she's looking at her whole budget, $36,000. I think number one, we need to guarantee that we will give her the additional 36,000, which is how much of an increase? Percentage-wise, it can't be that big.
As part of our budget, it is a 0.8% increase of what you gave last year.
So it's not bad. We need to guarantee her that.
But that doesn't.
How we adjust those salaries in '24, I'm not sure. I mean, right now, there is a bill in the legislature that will, for the next 2 years, hold us to 1/2 of the growth quotient or a maximum of 3%. No matter how much inflation there is, if that passes, we might have expenses going up 8%, but our ability to fund our budget will only go up 3% maximum. So you got to be careful about what's going on here. Now, will that bill pass? Who knows? We got 2 months to go yet, but it's there, it's being discussed. So I want to make sure that we guarantee Michelle and Community Corrections, because they have been doing a fantastic job. I mean, they're getting that program turned around, on board, meeting our needs. You've seen the jail population here over the last few months. It's down to where it's not in a overcrowded position. I think part of that is due to what we've been able to do with Community Corrections. Well, not what we've been able to do, but what Michelle and what Michael have done with theirs. So I want to make sure they've got that money. But
So let me ask you
go
this.
another 2% above that or 3% above that for wages,
So
maybe.
can the council agree that, yes, you guys will fund what they're asking for, maybe a little more if needed, but actually have them request the grant portion and the county portion altogether from the grant in the initial request to see if they can get that funding?
How would that be taken at the state, at DOC?
I think requesting all of it would be a little bit too much of an ask, just because we already know, based on what's going through the legislation right now, that there isn't going to be that much of an increase. And you're talking about 200 and some, counties requesting that. If I were to ask, because I've already planned to ask for 20,000 additional, if I ask for the 36 as well as the 20, I think that that would probably be doable. But asking for the entire county portion would probably look a little too needy, a little too much of an ask.
All right.
So
what
if
was
you
the-
ask, I guess what's the worst that happens? You ask for it and they just say no, and it goes down to what you had prior?
Well, that would be okay. The very worst that could happen is that they would reduce our prior grant funding amount lower than what it is now, which they could do. They could do it any year that they choose to do that. Doesn't often happen. I don't think it would happen. But that's kind of a roll of the dice, I guess.
Michael, your face kind of said a different story. Would you like to make a comment when Susan made that?
The resident bad guy. DOC has a habit of making a determination initially on what they're going to give you grant-wise. They don't truly change it. Her direction and what she's come up with, along with their financial manager, is the best position that we can ask for. That's one, to take what they've given us in the past, make a judgment on what we think we have a chance at. Okay? The DOC wants a partner. They don't want to fund community corrections. They want to help create community corrections with the community. So yeah, that money that they gave us, they want you to be a partner. That's what we came in for last year. Say that that's what we're asking for, is just to show them throughout the period of time that community corrections has been involved in DeKalb County that not only you're a partner, but a well-invested partner. Ms. Fosna is ultimately just too nice and not maybe even directing some of the numbers that she provided me. The amount of money that they've saved the county by themselves. Okay, on cost of incarceration. Rick brought it up in a very limited amount. What they've done, if you look at the numbers that are not only on home detention and throughout the RWF program, that's your extra 60 that would have been incarcerated at the jail when I arrived in 2018. That's the difference between $500,000 and $15,000. In 2019, the county spent somewhere in the range of $400,000 on inmates and transferring inmates, placing them other places, and with the risk of being over-incarcerated, which we all know, have to see in the papers what that can be. We're now not overpopulated and spent 15. That by itself, one, speaks to the well-run nature of that program, and number two, speaks to the plan that they have. Ultimately, yeah, because she asked for, and I believe less you're asking, could they ask for all of it? No, we can't. But could we ask for the additional that she's looking at, which is 20, the other portions which we think are necessary to bring ourselves up, community corrections department up to the list, and say we want 60? We can.
What
But
about,
it's maybe not the best message.
what about what you guys have planned for the county, if this board all agrees? What if leaving that alone, but what if the positions, the wages that are planned in the grant, what if you try to ask for like the 3% higher than the 2023 wages, just in the grant part?
Well, that's kind of what I mean.
Or is this amount in the grant part literally it?
She's already asked for 20,000 more than we normally get. For them,
Oh, okay.
is I believe, from what I've looked at, and obviously we talked about it, is an accurate percentage request and
Okay.
increase.
That's
Though we
fine.
know that all the costs have gone up, they're trying to judge that request that they think they have a shot at, trying to overstep that. And she's correct. I mean, there are a lot of, they've put us in a very difficult position. One, I think they were attempting to help. They wanted to give you guys an answer by June, July of what we would be able to do. But with that, also, once again, put us right in a difficult position of trying to get it done
Right.
before everybody else made those decisions. So yeah, you will have an idea of what the grant will look like when you come in here, because we'll probably receive awards close to that. But each step for this process makes your job's a little bit more difficult, our job's a little bit difficult to try and predict. I think they've done a good job at that. I just wanted to influence that their judgment in that is correct too. They're doing a job. They no matter what they come in and ask for, they've saved of that. So,
I got
Councilman
it.
Van Wise correct. I would rather you go larger.
The,
Sorry, just to clarify, they were
okay.
July 26th.
Thank you. Thank you.
You're welcome.
I think we start our budget discussions probably the week before that, so.
Maybe.
All right, I think bottom line here is what Michelle needs, tell me if I'm wrong in this, Michelle, is we need to be able to guarantee to her that the county will give her an additional $36,328, and let's just make it $37,000 in additional funding for 2024. That's the bottom line, so she can get her budget turned in.
Okay, so this is in addition to the already benefits that
Right.
you're providing.
Everything that we're already
just wanna
providing,
clarify
this
that.
is in addition to that. It is where what they are doing is saving us money. And we are, we are going, I would much rather see somebody go through their program than be incarcerated in jail for months upon end, and the chance of turning those individuals around is probably nil at best. I think she's gonna have a success rate that I think we're all gonna appreciate. So, anyway, that's the question I believe we have. If you have a different opinion on that, let me know right now, because otherwise I'll ask for the motion that we would approve that amount.
What was the amount again?
He said round up to 37,000.
And does that just include getting your wages up to 2023, right?
Yep.
Yeah, but that's the total everything you give right here, right?
Yes, along with the increase in the money we're going to spend out of project income, yes. And hopefully a slight additional amount from the grant.
Even at that, it will be a raise for them, because she could not bring these people up to the current salary ordinance. So again, she will always be, because of how the process works, she'll always be a year behind.
Well, I make a motion that let me rephrase this, a motion that we or give her, or whatever you want, terms you want to use, that 37,000 plus whatever else we support as far as the county side, so she can move on with her budget.
Do we have a second to that?
Second.
We have a motion by Councilman Van Wy, a second by Councilwoman Dembski. Further discussion? Comment from the public? Hearing none, all those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, same. That motion's carried. There you go, Michelle.
Thanks,
All
everybody.
right, we're late on a few things, but we're going to take a break. Get back here at 10 till.
I do have one question.
Michael, don't leave too fast.
Can we utilize any of the opioid money for their drug screen increase?
We'll get to that later
Okay.
in the day, which is why I don't want him to leave right yet.
Bill, did you need me? I've asked Jack for a master switch. Like, can I just have a switch to take care of all of them? These are all off. Huh? These are all off.
That's exactly right. You ready? Oh, okay. All right. Are you ready? Call the meeting back to order.
Be sure you turn your mics back on. I went around and turned them all off for break.
All right.
Testing, 1, 2, 3.
Next item on the agenda. Last meeting, we had decided, and we have the information here on having our financial consultant prepare the information on possibly bonding the BOT project, the highway garage issue, but we didn't take a formal vote for me to actually sign the letter of engagement. The attorney has asked that we actually have a formal vote. Even though we had a vote last month of 6-1 that we engage him, I need a vote on me signing the actual letter. So, with
And I
that,
would like the motion to include approving your signature that was dated February 17th, because
Okay.
we had to date the document.
all right. So if I could have that motion, I would appreciate it.
I'll make that motion as Susan presented it.
I
Thanks.
have a motion by Councilman Van Wy. Do I have a second? Do I have a second?
The motion? Or what did it? The motion is just approving Rick's signature from February 17th on the letter of engagement that you guys already approved Jeff to do, so that you can have values to determine and base your, for the bond. Yep.
Which that vote was 6-1 last month. All right, I have a motion and a second to approve the signature of the letter of engagement. Discussion? For the, yes. And that is part of the project. be included there. For the work that he's done. Anytime you go engaging, especially for a bond issue, there's going to be fees.
Oh, sure.
And we try to keep those as low as we can, but it is what it is.
Yeah, I just want to understand the nature of it, just to make sure that it's that rate, that it doesn't.
No. Any percentage type of deal was going to come later with bond councils and those kind of things. All right. I have a motion. I have a second. Any other discussion? All those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, same. That motion's carried. All right. With that being said, done. And the break. That brings us to our financial advisor, Jeff Peters, and to review the options that we have in bonding the highway garage project.
Thank you all. Appreciate the opportunity to be here. Last month's discussion, we talked about term, and we wanted some information to look at. Do we go with a 10-year debt, a 15-year debt, or a 15-year debt that you call in 10 years? And the recommendation was we need to have numbers in order to look at that to see quantitatively what it would look like. I have increased interest rates by 0.5% from what we talked about last month, because we've seen a nice curve that was going down, has now gone up quite a bit in the last 30 days since we talked. And now it's staggered a little bit, and as of last night, it started to fall again quite a bit. So what interest rate we'll get to when we get to market is not known at this point, but the numbers before you reflect pretty much where we were Friday. So if you look at that, and I kind of wrote it out into policy choices for you, because again, there's no wrong answer here, but the difference in a 15-year amortization versus a 10-year interest-wise is about $1 million. The 15-year consumes about 36.5% of your annual seated revenue, where the 10-year consumes about 49%. That difference is about $210,000 per year. So the question becomes, is the $210,000 more per year in seated more valuable than the $1 million in interest paid across the next 15 years? And again, that depends on what things you're going to undertake with that. Do you need that 210, or can you afford to give up half of your seated in order to save that $1 million in interest across that time period? And then the second one was with the 15-year amortization and a 10-year call. The difference in interest is about $700,000. So again, you still have that $210,000 a year difference. But at that point in time, if you were going to call those bonds in at the end of that 10-year period, you will have needed to have put back $2,805,000 as well. So you'll need to squirrel that away as well as the other. And I don't know if you want to talk more about that. I also have a few comments to make on the bond ordinance that's going to be before you.
Just the comment, we had, as a council, we had told the commissioners that they must bring their project in under $10 million. That was the limit that we put on them. And in all three scenarios that that Jeff has presented, they do meet that goal. They come in under that dollar amount. This same information was sent to the commissioners when we received it. I had it forwarded on to them and asked them to put it on their agenda for yesterday, because this is money that is budgeted separately in the commissioner's seated budget. And it was money that they were going to commit out of that fund that they have. Whether or not they could do with the larger amount or the smaller amount to make a decision. So to make a recommendation to us, and they did do that yesterday. It sent us a recommendation of going with the 10-year payback, saving the $1 million. They thought that they could get by with less in their annual seated fund budget.
Lighted.
Lighted budget, yes, we're getting confused with our terms here again. So there, it is money, there is no new taxes involved here, this is income that they've already are receiving, and it is they're committing their funds, they provide us a budget every year or 2 years to schedule the spending of that money. So they're committing their funds to this.
No question, Rick.
Yeah.
Knowing that we're going to be faced with a jail, inevitably, I mean, it's coming. We all know that. What kind of an impact is this going to down the road towards?
Bonding, Jeff?
Again, it depends on your sources. You know, as we've talked about before, your first source that you're going to go to is your income tax for correctional facilities, which you are currently using now to pay the debt service on the community corrections building. Second, you could go to another income tax source, either in public safety income tax or the seated fund. If you were going toward the seated fund and now you've committed half of it, then you've removed part of that. Depending on the size of the project, you may actually end up not having enough income tax or not wanting to impose the income tax and going more with property tax to make up that gap between your correctional facility income tax. That's where I would have thought you would go, because it's going to be more specific to just the jail, because both of those revenue streams come specifically to the county for those purposes. The edit revenue stream, or the light ed, or public safety lit, both get diluted off to the cities and towns proportionately based on the taxes they levy or their population versus yours. So the most direct taxes to pay back the jail would be the correctional facility and then property tax to bridge that gap. If that's the scenario that you take, then this has no impact, because light ed's going to be doing its own thing.
And in these, what we had discussed last month was these are going to be bonds paid for through the LIDET funding with property tax backing if there's a default or no money in the other fund. So it's just gives us a little bit better of an interest rate, but we're not actually going to use property tax funding unless there's a major catastrophe and we just lose all the other funding. And that's how we back the bonds with community corrections.
Just getting some concerns here about down the road on the jail piece.
Yep, and I think those can be accomplished between the correctional facility lit and a property tax specific for the debt repayment of that. And that'll be structured in the form of a lease. What you're doing here today is committing part of your GO bond cap. And we've talked before about if you have a project that goes above and beyond your ability to issue general obligation bonds, you set up a building corporation like all the schools do, because their physical assets are much more than their bond cap's ever going to be. So we do a lease rental financing, and I'm sure the jail is going to fit into that category, because it's just going to be too big of a cost to put under your GO bond cap.
Thank you, Jeff.
Thank you.
Any other questions for Jeff?
By the time we get there, I don't know. Because like I say, we had a really nice downtrend for the last several months. And that's when we came out and talked to you when it was hovering around the low part. Now we've had it go up 0.5%, but as of what happened yesterday, the fall in the 10-year yield on AA municipal bonds was like 23 basis points. Now, will that spike back? How will the Fed respond to the continued growth of inflation? You know, if we get 50 basis point hikes rather than 25, that's going to continue to drive those rates up. So we are on a fairly short timetable. So I'm hopeful that this continues to bounce up and down and we'll be right around here when we get there, but we really can't tell at this point. I know that was a long answer to tell you nothing, sorry.
Getting back to it, Dave, as far as, you know, we have the jail issue. You think that for us to finance the jail, we're going to have to lease it back to us? Is that what you were trying to say?
It's just the financing mechanism that you would use if you go above your GO bond cap, which I think the cost of that project will put you above. The other thing is you want to preserve some of your GO bond cap for projects like this or equipment needs that you might have that you might want to do some short-term bonding on. A jail or any other building adheres itself really nice to a lease rental through a building corporation. And again, that keeps your bond cap free.
That would raises. So that would keep our rating still high so we can move on with bond issues later.
The rating, they're going to look at your overall debt, whether it be lease rental debt, general obligation debt. One thing they would look favorably upon is if we take something like that is a large debt and make it a lease, that you retain as the fiscal body flexibility with your GO bond cap. The rating agency will look at that as positive, that you're not tying your hands, you still have options to achieve the services that you need to provide in the county.
You said you saw the funding for the jail going to, would you say correctional lit and?
I would think that you would want to maximize your correctional facility lit and then make up the difference with property tax.
Thank you.
All right. Any other questions for Jeff?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
In the paperwork, additional paperwork that I think will come down the road, that we wrote in there that the interest rate would not be more than 6.25%. Is that right?
Yeah, and I was going to talk to those if we're done with the conversation on term.
Mm-hmm.
You want me to go into those?
Go ahead.
Okay. Two things in the bond ordinance that you'll see. I'm having you approve $7 million as the maximum amount. When I do all the math today with some conservative issuance cost estimates, that number is about 6.955. So I put a little bit of cushion in there because sometimes people come back and say, hey, you know, we forgot X to put in the budget. So that $7 million is what I would like for you guys to approve. I think it'll come in less as we refine this number. The 6.25 amount, it's not going to be 6.25, but the other thing when we sell these on the open market that we get is somebody will want a coupon, which is the amount you actually pay of interest at a forward period of time, to be 5 or 6%. If the yield today is 3.5%, they're going to pay you additional cash up front today in order for you to make them a tax-free interest payment 2 years down the road at 5%. So what we do is provide up to the 6.25 so we can structure those as we go into the market to hit those people who will, again, pay us the most money today for what it is they're going to get in the future. And it helps bring that net interest cost down. But yeah, those were the two things in the bond ordinance that I wanted to talk to you about that you're going to be looking at going forward with. And the other thing is we have the hope is that when we back this with the property tax, your current property tax ratings are a AA minus. And this is actually a revenue bond because it's being paid with income tax revenues. It typically would have a debt service reserve fund where you have to either put money aside or buy an insurance policy in order to provide for this debt service reserve. And also built into the potential expenses for this, for the financing, we've put in bond insurance. If you get that AA minus rating on this debt, we are hopeful that we won't need to buy bond insurance, and we won't need to establish a debt service reserve fund or a surety policy, which will cut down, again, these issuance costs and get you the lowest financing and the lowest amount or the lowest dollar amount of what you're going to have to borrow to go forward. So we will be looking at those as we go and, again, minimize those on your behalf.
Any other questions for Jeff? All right, now, so that we know the process here, there will be a public hearing on this. We will do a couple of ordinances prior this time today for first reading, and then the additional readings will happen after the public hearing. And the public hearing will be scheduled for our next meeting, and there is a calendar within the information that's been provided today, so you can see what the timeline is on all of this. So with that.
Okay, before we move into the ordinances. Later in our meeting, you guys all have seen the meeting procedures ordinance, which that's what Don was talking about last week, where Rick's able to pass the ordinances just by the title only and not reading all 50 pages of whatever ordinances we have. So since that's being adopted at the end of the meeting, which means then we didn't have them uploaded to the county website, I have asked Don if it's okay if we do a motion to suspend the rules for today to read the ordinances and resolutions by title only for today's meeting. Then going forward, all of that information will be available to the public way prior to the meeting so that it meets the procedures. So, what is today?
Today is the annual tornado drill test.
Oh, okay. So if you all are okay with him only reading by title only, the two ordinances are first readings only, and then the resolution is one that you'll pass, then we would need a motion in a second.
And I entertain a motion to suspend the rules for all three ordinances, because you really don't want to listen to me read 20 pages, believe me. But
Okay, wait, I did. Okay, I have it as for the resolutions and ordinances today, not
okay,
just
so
these three.
not just for the first three.
Because we
okay.
have a couple more.
All right.
Okay.
But
So Dave, you're-
as she said, if we agree to the last resolution that we've got at the end of the day, well, the changes that we're going to make going forward are that ordinances and resolutions will be online by Wednesday prior to the meeting, so that you can go online and read any of the ordinances, and then we will have printed copies here.
Well, it's
Probably
48
not
hours, not
48
actually
it's
Wednesday. Yeah.
48 hours. Not 40 copies, but there will be written copies here, printed copies here for people to look at, but they will be online prior to this meeting from now on.
And we do have copies of them here right now.
Okay. All right, so with that being said, I have the motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Councilman Collins. And we're going to start with 3.
Wait,
Up,
You know,
just a minute, just a minute. Wait until the buzzing's
okay,
gone.
I know, it's crazy.
Any discussion on this? Hearing none, all those in favor of suspending the rules and reading ordinances by title only in today's meeting signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same. That motion's carried. How long do you think they can ring that siren?
I'm confident it works. I don't know what you need.
Somebody's driving around right now, making sure that every one of those is working. Thank you. All right, ordinance number 2023-OCC-3, an ordinance of the County Council of the County of DeKalb, Indiana, authorizing the issuance of local income tax revenue bonds of 2023, tax-backed in parentheses, for the purpose of providing funds for the acquisition, construction, and installation of a new county highway garage and addressing other matters connected therewith. I have a motion to approve ordinance 2023-OCC-3 on first reading.
So moved.
Been moved by Councilman Van Wy. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Councilman Yard. Further discussion? Comment from the public? Hearing none. Yeah, Lynn. Yeah, come up
You gotta come
to the
up.
podium, please.
It's Larry Williams, 2418 Woodland Trail, Auburn. I have a question about the estimates used in the bond financing. What is your principal and interest annual estimate of annual bond carrying costs? That's one question. The other, 10-year annually or semi or twice a year. So it's 800. Right. So on a 10-year, you're going to be paying another 816,000. I mean, assuming an interest rate of 3.5% on 6.9 million. Is that what I'm hearing? Are you saying it's 800,000 a year that will be needed for the bond principal and interest for the 10-year? Okay, so you're going to increase your spending from the seated, or whatever it's called now, your local income tax. So do they have that money currently free?
Yes.
So that annual budget isn't already obligated to it. Okay. Is there a fund that accumulates that money currently? Okay. And how much is in that fund?
I can tell you. Yeah.
Okay. All right. That's what I needed to know. The other thing too is the interest rate assumption. Yesterday, the 20-year or 10-year was AA municipal, and this for Schwab, 4.39%. And to get a 3.5, you had to go down to a 4-year maturity. And what are your assumptions? How are they different in terms of your 3.5%? Okay. Right. Okay. All right. So, yeah, I'm looking at a bond source. It's the Schwab bond market rates. Munis. Yesterday at 4 o'clock, it was 4.39 on a 10-year maturity, and it was 3.54. So I'm saying if you're going to do a 10-year, I'm thinking that rate might be more like 4.5, 4.25. Yeah, I'm trying to learn.
Myself over the past several years.
Yeah,
You'll find that those are national numbers.
right.
Okay.
Sure, it's a market.
And you'll find that Indiana's rate traditionally, at least Jeff may be able to confirm or deny this,
Right.
but Indiana's rate tends to be much less than New Jersey's and New York's and California's and so forth, so
Okay.
that's been my experience.
I just wanted to put it out there because that is a market rate currently on that 10-year AA municipal.
You disagree, Jeff, or?
I don't look at it. Our data.
Yes.
Our data is based on previous deals that we have, based on what the interest rates were at that time versus what they are today.
Yeah, Dina, that's really all I wanted to ask about, just the additional $800,000 a year and carrying cost, and then the interest rate assumptions. Will that carrying cost increase if if the market rates for 10 years higher than 3.5, which I don't know. It depends on what your source of interest rates are for.
All right, is there anybody else that would like to have a comment? Hearing none, I have a motion, I have a second. All right, do a roll call.
Rick,
Aye.
Amy Prosser,
Aye.
Amy Dembski, Dave Yard,
Aye.
Bill, and Rick.
Yes. All right, ordinance 2023-OCC-3 has passed on first reading. And that will be on the agenda again for our April meeting. Then, moving on, this is ordinance 2023-OCC-4. This is an ordinance of the County Council of DeKalb County, Indiana, appropriating the proceeds of the DeKalb County, Indiana local income tax revenue bonds of 2023 tax-backed. I have a motion to accept or approve ordinance number 2023-OCC-4 on first reading.
So moved.
Been moved by Councilman Yard. Is there a second? Second by Councilwoman Dembski. Discussion? -4.
Don't have a dash.
Okay.
No,
I
that's
have a motion, I have a second. Further discussion?
It's the appropriating.
Comment from the public? Hearing none. All those in favor of passing ordinance number 2023 are going to do a roll call again? Okay, let's do another roll call.
Rick,
Aye.
Amy
Yes.
Prosser, Amy Dembski, Dave Yard,
Yes.
Bill Van Wy,
Yes. Trying to read it. I didn't see it.
and Rick.
Yes.
Oh,
All
my.
right, so there's that one. All right, now, RCC-1, do I have it? Why am I missing RCC-1? Oh, here it is. All right. This is a resolution. And resolutions do only have to have one reading.
And this one is so I can advertise for next meeting.
Okay.
Just clarify.
This is resolution number 2023-RCC-1, a resolution of the County Council of DeKalb County, Indiana regarding the setting of a public hearing and authorizing the publication of notice of public hearing concerning the additional appropriation of the proceeds of local income tax revenue bonds of 2023 tax-backed in parentheses and certain related matters. Can I have a motion to approve resolution number 2023-RCC-1.
So moved.
Been moved by Councilman Collins. Is there a second? Second by Councilwoman Dembski. Discussion?
This just
So we can have a public hearing.
public hearing.
It will be next month. All right. Any comment from the public? Hearing none. Do you want-
Collins?
We're doing roll call.
Yes or no?
again.
Oh, roll call.
Roll call.
Yes. Aye. Thought I was in
Amy
trouble, sorry.
Prosser. Amy Dembski. Dave Yard.
Yes.
Bill.
Yeah.
Rick.
Yes.
Okay.
All right, that motion, that resolution is passed. So that brings us down to now. I actually struggled with Susan as to where to put this particular item on the agenda because of there are a couple of tax abatement questions on the agenda today, one for solar and one for the biogas project. Now, we have options with both, but truly, we're only looking at maybe the options for the solar projects. But it has been brought to my attention that rather than a tax abatement possibility of doing a TIF area where the solar projects would be, it has nothing to, we have nothing to do here with whether or not these solar projects come in or don't come in. That's already been decided by the Plan Commission and the commissioners based on the rules that they have established for solar. But we do have a question about tax abatement, and primarily it only came to us first because it needed to be, the companies and the commissioners needed to know if we were going to give tax abatement, what to request in the economic development agreement. It would have been a negotiating point. So that's why we even had tax abatement on our agenda at all. We've all heard from both sides, pro and con, about tax abatements and about the solar projects and all. But given that we have rules for bringing solar in, those have been passed, now we need to look at tax abatement, TIF or nothing. So I asked that our financial advisor come in and explain to us a little bit about TIF, which is tax increment financing, that would set up a district where the additional or new tax revenue from that district could be directed towards projects. If we don't do tax abatement and we don't do a TIF area, the tax abatement would have brought us that economic development agreement. We could have set up a project or projects to accomplish with those extra funds. If the money goes just through the normal tax process, it's going to go into the general fund, and we cannot earmark it specifically to do these projects that some have asked that they be accomplished, that they were important. So we're here to get educated on this. This has, again, it has more to do with the solar issue than it does with the biogas issue. So with that being said, Jeff, would you kind of give us the lowdown here or the background as to what is going to be the differences, tax abatement versus TIF area?
Yeah, when we look at a TIF area and establishing it, we establish one area where we're going to spend the funds. And in that, as Rick said, look at developing a plan. Do we want to flesh out roads, utilities, fiber optic things, things of that nature that would improve that area and potentially get it ready for development and other investments and such. Inside of that area, we have what's called an allocation area, and that is where the revenue generation comes from. And in this example, it's going to be whatever that solar operation is going to be. So when you empower the redevelopment commission to establish these two areas, they will then look at locking the assessed value at where it is today. So we assume this is going to be built in an ag field. So we have ag values today at this level. What's going to happen is when you do the solar project, that ag price, and I think in the analysis that I saw, it's like $1,900 an acre. It's going to go to $13,000 an acre because now it's no longer ag, it is solar property. Then
It's set by the state.
that, I believe, yes, was set by the state. And then part of that, they're going to put some stuff in the ground. They're going to surround it with fencing, maybe footings, other things that are part of real property. And then they're going to have a whole lot of personal property in the form of these panels and such. When you establish a TIF area, you first capture the real property, but you have the ability to designate a taxpayer and say, I'm also going to capture the personal property value. So what happens is wherever you are at today, all the units of government, all the funds are funded exactly as the same as they are today. All this new assessed value gets captured and it's invisible to the taxpayer. So the same rate that the solar plant's neighbors are paying will be the same rate that the solar plant pays. But all of those monies will go to the redevelopment fund for you to undertake these projects that you've identified in that area. Alternatively, if, well, there's one more little caveat there of, yeah, I'll go. Alternatively, if you don't put it in the TIF area and the development occurs, you're going to have a whole lot of additional assessed value in that geographic area. That will bring down tax rates for people, and I believe the analysis that you've been provided shows you how much for a typical homestead, et cetera. But there's a little bit of a decrease in those rates for people. The assessed value for fixed rate funds, like for the county, you have a cumulative capital development fund, and you charge a specific rate across all the assessed value of the county. Well, now if you've got another $500 million or $600 million in assessed value, you're going to collect a little bit more into that cumulative capital development fund. The other funds that are fixed across the county, cities and towns have CCD funds. Townships sometimes have a cumulative fire building and equipment fund that's fixed on their part. So these funds would actually yield a little bit more money. But the general fund, the other funds within your maximum levy that you use for operations, they won't see any additional growth in revenue. They will only see a decrease in rate because you have a maximum levy formula that's set by statute. Last year's growth, it increased 5% by statutory formula. As Rick talked about, there is a piece of legislation today that potentially limits that going forward. So that is just a finite dollar amount that you divvy up between the different funds, and you divide that levy by your tax base. So if it's greater by $500 or $600 million for a solar project, then the rates are going to be less. But you're not going to get any more money. So you get a little bit more money out of the CCD fund, but not like you will in setting up a TIF and having a redevelopment fund. And just speaking off the top of my head, and I think you're going to look at those numbers in a little bit, but one of the proposals was you would give economic development or give tax abatement. And in return, you would get an economic development payment. And I think that amount was like $280,000 a year for 10 years. Well, the revenue stream off of that project is like 1.1 million a year if it's not abated. And rather than getting 10 years of payments, when you establish a TIF, you get to keep that TIF live for 25 years from the first obligation that you pledge against it. So you could establish it today, and you have to establish it before it's built so that you can capture all of that incremental growth. But if it takes 2 years for it to flesh out and start to produce revenue, that does not necessarily count against your 25-year clock unless you have issued bonds or leases, other obligations against that revenue stream. So potentially you could look at 25 years worth of $1.1 million in revenue versus $280,000 for 10 years. You know, how much more could you do with that amount of money? And again, you can bond that revenue stream like we're talking about with the light ed funds today to do a big project all at once, or you could do pay as you go. You could do $1 million project every year. You could use that potentially for your matches for community crossings, things like that, in order to leverage that money and accomplish a lot of infrastructure and other projects that you identify for this TIF area.
And in setting up a TIF area, a definite plan for the projects would have to be included in creating that TIF. We just can't create a TIF with no intention of doing special projects or having a purpose for the TIF, I guess is the way we want to say it.
Correct. You will develop a plan of expenditure for what it is you want to accomplish. And, you know, if you have multiples of these, then, you know, you can look at, you know, TIFing both. The restriction on the expenditures that they have to serve or benefit the area. So you may actually find projects that might benefit, tie two areas together. I don't know if you've looked at trail systems, things like that. We've had in communities where they have connected this end of the TIF district, which is retail, this end, which is industrial, with a greenway that wraps the entire city, all paid with revenue coming out of these corridors because this benefits and serves the entire area. Now, that'll be debatable by attorney as to what benefits and serves, but they will give you that opinion as you develop those projects.
So am I hearing correctly that we could go outside of the TIF area for projects, but must be within some kind of proximity? I mean, we couldn't do a TIF area in Stafford Township and do something over in Kaiser.
I'll leave that to the attorneys as to the benefit and serve idea. The other thing as you're initially setting up the area and the projects that you want to complete, that area in which you spend the money, you can define at the beginning versus the allocation area, which would be the revenue generator, such as the solar plant.
A classic example of the outside servicing in is the fire department that's outside that services the district, that the TIF district. So that's the one I'm familiar with.
Okay.
I have a question, just because I'm not
Go
sure.
ahead.
So if this TIF area was established, I'm just going to use my house as example. In my little grant area, the revenues have to be in that area of the allocation. The projects, we wouldn't be able to do a project like in Kaiser. Is that correct?
Generally, that's correct. There are some exceptions. If you're servicing that district, there are some exceptions that, but I'd say, given the location, I'd say you're probably dealing with, you're going to be pretty much limited to that district for the most part.
So what if we, and this is just because I'm trying to understand, what if they decided to use the revenues that it brings in for like broadband? Can that be used for the entire county because it helps the entire county?
I would say safely, you could use it for that, for the district, and you might be able to use it to bring the broadband to the district, but that's, just, it's possible,
Okay.
I could see how you could have a infrastructure outside the district to bring it to the district, may qualify.
Okay.
The other thing that we have done in the past with the economic development agreements, and the Auburn Renewables is the example, we dedicated part of the funds coming in through that economic development agreement to those taxing units that did not get funds because we gave a tax abatement. So in this case, I believe it was the Garrett Library, it was Kaiser Township, and the Auburn Library might even have been included in that. We dedicated part of the economic development agreement to those different government units, and the Garrett Kaiser Butler School would have been the biggest one. So if we did a TIF project, can we still, within the plan, dedicate X number of dollars to those areas, do those governments?
Doesn't the redevelopment commission have to approve all of the?
Yeah,
project?
the redevelopment.
Well, sure, not the redevelopment commission. just
Right.
So,
Yeah.
But those would be questions that could be done.
And in regard to the schools, we have seen different projects undertaken on behalf of the schools, but they don't say, oh, this doesn't apply to you. You get X number of dollars as your fair share. However, we've seen Chromebooks purchased for certain schools. We've seen projects that are, we'll say, somewhat joint in nature between the community and the school, parking lots, athletic fields, things that, again, the attorneys say benefit or serve. But you won't be able to make, my understanding is, I haven't seen that exception where you can specifically say you're going to get your money, but you're not. You have to prepare a project. The other thing to mention on kind of the big picture of, if you establish this TIF, before June 15th of every year, the redevelopment commission has to decide, are they going to release any of that increment back into the tax base? Which would, again, result in what we talked about. The alternative is, if all the assessed value appears and it's not TIFed, all the tax rates go down, you would gain a little bit more in your fixed rate funds. But by June 15th of every year, the redevelopment commission can say, hey, we've accomplished all of our goals, and now we're going to release this back to the tax base. Or they can say, in this year, we're going to release this back to the tax base because we've collected more revenues than we thought we would. And then pick up a project later on. So the good thing too about TIFing something, and I always tell people, if you're on the fence, go ahead and TIF it and establish it now, because every June 15th, you can decide to give it all back, part of it back, a little bit. It gives you that flexibility going forward, but the capacity to still harvest some of that revenue stream.
Possible projects for that area. Broadband is probably one that most people could buy into. On the other hand, the other one is paving roads. We seem to have there's a couple of areas over there that have the most gravel roads, paving those roads. There's apparently one of the issues is there's a road that, gravel road now that people have to take because of the bridge over the rail line was taken out, and the road around now is gravel. That is one that could be done. Now, as I talked on Saturday, I said to somebody, I don't know if we can get everybody to agree that all the roads ought to be paved, because I hear just as many comments from over there that said we don't want the road paved as I hear we want the road paved. So that one's probably up in the air, but these are just ideas as to what we could do here, to have the facts as we go into it. Amy? You.
You. You first. Go ahead. So if it is TIFed, can those funds be used to pave roads, or would that be considered maintenance? Because it's for increased infrastructure, correct? But not maintenance of something.
Again, we'll defer to the attorneys, but in many communities, we see paving of roads. We also see entire roads being built too.
I went to the roads, some built a new road.
Yeah.
And some built a new fire department.
Yeah.
And,
I think, didn't they use and I don't know, this is before my time, did they use TIF money to bring the sewer line down to
I believe so. There
SDI?
was a lot of infrastructure, initial infrastructure.
There was also some TIF money used for the, I believe it was the sewer line over by the the new humane shelter.
Yeah, but that's a different
district.
Yeah, that's a different TIF district.
Yes. it was.
But I was just giving an example.
Yeah,
of
it's been
TIF
used, yeah.
use.
And we routinely see the flesh out of infrastructure, roads, road improvements, sewer, water, telecommunications, things like that, that get an area ready for development. I'm going to defer to, those are off the top of my head.
Yeah, that come,
the rates are going down for everybody. Everybody pays a little bit less. Total dollar amount should all work out the same. So it's just, when you spread that, same as when we do tax impacts and we look at, a $400,000 payment spread across a few $1 billion of assessed value, it's almost unnoticeable.
that's the point. It goes back into the general fund, which is limited in how much money that they can get. So when that assessed value goes up, everybody does pay a little bit less, which is why we're always wanting that assessed value to go up, because it's just a simple math problem.
Yes. It is. That's a fairly strong threshold to get to qualify for those additional. I haven't looked at that specifically. The other thing is that appeal is needs-based at the DLGF, so you have to make a case with the cash reserves that you've established for your fiscal plan, for your debt operations, et cetera. I think it would be hard to make that case to increase the maximum levy for the general fund, et cetera, based on an AB appeal. But if that were to trigger the threshold, that's an option that we would bring forward to you to look at.
All right, anybody else have any questions for Jeff?
Different school district. So I don't know if you knew
Oh,
that.
okay. No, I did not.
It's
It's still county-based general fund. You're saying none of this property tax?
Yes, but that's different from the school.
School.
The county doesn't tax that.
And if the school's incurring the debt,
the school's incurring the debt, they're going to be taxing.
Oh, no. Right. I'm just saying. I'm sorry, you guys are talking. That will go into the county.
Yes.
But the solar that you're talking about doesn't affect DeKalb Central with what Larry was talking about. Okay. Making sure everybody's on the same page.
I had a question about how do you determine where the TIF district is? Would it be just where the solar panels are, that field, or do you extend it out to kind of that surrounding space around those solar fields?
Typically, again, there's two areas. One is the economic development area, which is where we spend, which is the bigger area. And the other is the allocation area where we collect the revenue. The allocation area, what I tell people normally to do is look at those things that you think will reasonably develop in a short period of time. So if you have an idea that the solar plant's going here, you may want to look at the areas around it. You also may want to look at things like road infrastructure close to it. If you have a highway close to it, I potentially would look at, okay, am I likely to get development out here if I bring water, sewer, fiber optic, and road improvements here? If I have a rail spur, would I potentially set this up for an industrial site? And I might want to capture that as well.
Okay, because you had made the comment, ready for development. So that's kind of what those are generally used for, is prepping an area for further development. Is that right? So you said water, sewer, cable, whatever.
Yeah, I think, as we look at continuing to enhance assessed value, we want to bring people and make this inviting for other businesses, et cetera, or residential developments, whatever it is that you need as a community and you want to target in that redevelopment plan or that TIF plan. You want to look at what best achieves that. So it's a very qualitative thing for the redevelopment commission to undertake, as to decide which parcels they should pick up. And again, that's driven by the projects that you want to do, how far out they reach.
And a question for Don. Don, if we were to want to do a TIF, where does that start? Does it start with the council, then goes to the redevelopment? Does it start with the commissioners and go to redevelopment? How's that work?
I think it starts with the redevelopment commission, if I remember right. You may have to pass a resolution, but I think it starts with the redevelopment. Jeff,
I would think so,
I
but
think it starts with the redevelopment commission. It's been a while since I did the one at Ashley. And that was we bonded the revenue stream on that one. But it seems like the redevelopment commission was the first step. So.
Anybody else have any questions for Jeff? Yeah, it'd probably be best if you would.
You might find this a little sarcastic, and that's not what my intent is, but with a TIF, you have to come up with projects. So could one of the projects be reimbursing non-participating neighbors for our loss of property value?
No. I guess that's a real simple.
Right.
No.
See where I'm coming from? I mean, these TIF projects get to benefit people that aren't sacrificing property values for one.
That may be, I don't know.
Ellen.
Lynn Reinhardt, 4224 County Road 71. Just a couple questions, and you kind of led into one of them that way on who makes the decision on creating a TIF. So your body of the council is the one that would vote on any abatements or not, but it appears that if it goes to being a TIF, that would be created by a different body, and you as a consul might not have any input on that, I guess, if I'm understanding correctly.
I think the commissioners would have input. I'm not sure if the council would, but the commissioners would.
Okay. And another thing, the TIF would capture all the funds for the entire 25 years versus a tax abatement would be for a maximum of 10 years and most likely would be some sort of a phase in, or at least that would be an option that you have. So, also, there's some discussion, I know, at the state level on TIFs and some legislation there to make things more transparent to the taxpayers. DeKalb County already has 16 TIF districts in the county.
Oh, some of those are not county, some of those are city.
That's correct, but the
Within
ones.
the county, but not controlled by the county
Correct.
bodies.
In regards to what you're saying, only 3 of them are actually in the county, but all of them, even if it was city implemented, it still affects the county tax base because that assessed value within a city is also part of the county's assessed value.
That's correct.
So the 16 projects in DeKalb County encompass almost $335 million of net assessed value, which is 12.6% of the net assessed value of the whole county. Incremental assessed value is $222 million, or 8.4% of the net assessed value of the county. So I think there's a lot of numbers that need to be considered, and a lot of different paths that you can go, I guess, that way with where the funds come from, where the funds go, and what the impact is on taxpayers. So, thank you.
That's the point. Andrew?
I know, I actually have a question about TIF, so I figured it was a good place to start.
Go for it.
It feels a lot like Andrew Provine's 3920 County Road 75. It feels like we're finding ways to give back money, which bugs me, but I have general questions about TIF. We've been over abatements tons and tons of times, and obviously, Rick, thank you for letting me know about the TIF, and I had to do a lot of research because it is confusing. At least it was to me. So, one main question, these are all meant to be rhetorical. I don't need an answer. I printed you guys off copies because I would like, if you guys take time to give me answers on these. What is the overall goal we hope to achieve? So it says that it's to capture revenue. So we're capturing revenue stream to use on projects. But is that the overall goal we're trying to accomplish? Second, and you spoke to it a little bit, but how big are these TIF districts going to be? So we have an allocation where we're collecting this revenue. How big is it going to be? Is it going to encompass Butler? Is it going to encompass St. Joe as far as where we can spend this money? So we live in the country, and one of the things I think most of us agree that we like about the country is that we don't have redevelopment. We don't have a bunch of buildings. We don't have businesses going in. We're not pulling sewer out there. I love my septic system. I live in the country expecting that I'm going to have a septic system, and I don't need a lot of public utilities. I live in the country to avoid that stuff. If I wanted all that, I'd move to the city. So what do we need? Do we need broadband? We don't need broadband. If we look at broadband and what it takes to actually run broadband, it's anywhere between $40,000 and $66,000 an acre for broadband. Fiber, if we're pulling fiber. Every time people talk about broadband, they talk about fiber. Do people misunderstand? Broadband, I think in most people's minds, just means reliable internet. We have reliable internet. We can actually get reliable internet. There are some places that can't, but we could easily accomplish that by using things like Lakeland, Meta, Watch, giving them more tower space, giving them the ability to serve our people better for a fraction of the cost. I mean, if you do the math on 700 miles of road, it's $28 million in pulling fiber alone. That does not even account for the maintenance of that. So if we talk about roads themselves, I think the reason people don't want, roads paved out there is because the dirt roads slow people down. We like that. We don't live in a town where we have speed limit signs of 30 miles an hour. So we have a dirt road, it gets repaved. I don't want people going fast. I mean, don't get me wrong, I have a dog fence, but sometimes they get past it. I like to know that people are going to go a little slower on roads because of them being dirt. So a lot of people don't want that. And aside from that, are we going to give money back to the solar companies by paving these roads? So if we use this to pave these roads, there was already supposed to be a highway agreement where they pave these roads or they fix these roads around the project. Are we going to spend TIF money to subsidize them? They don't need the money. They've already said they're coming here, and that's fine. We got the protections we were hoping for from the commissioners. I mean, they gave us extra protections. They are a legal company. They're coming here. They don't need the money. It is what it is. Let's use the money towards the general fund. The reason I say that is, as has been said, it does decrease property taxes. It does decrease everybody's bill to different varying degrees. And it's not a huge chunk, but it still seems like we're trying to do anything we can not to lower the citizens' tax bill and redirect this money elsewhere. So I just don't understand that. As far as the money that comes in from the TIF district, we're going to freeze the tax rate right now. So does that mean anything that's collected off of solar only goes into the TIF district? So as inflation increases, as the money from solar comes in, the schools can no longer tax that? Was that the 3-minute? Man, I had so much more. I am going to hand them out because they're just questions.
Andrew, I am not counting you out for your later comments.
I wasn't sure
Okay.
whether I was supposed to turn
These
it
just
on,
got to
so.
be extra, okay?
Yeah.
Just remember where you left off.
I do. And these are questions. This is because I did a lot of reading and I'm not sure. I don't know if it is better, but I want to make sure that whatever it is, it's best for the county. So if we freeze that, then the school districts and such don't get to pull off that incremental tax that comes in years as we go on. And you said that we could give some back every year, but that's also based on how much is extra. Okay. So if we have extra, we can give that back. Is that correct? Okay. So are we going to assume that we're always going to have extra? There is the scenario where something happens in that TIF district and we actually have to, it can't pay for the bonds or whatever road work, whatever broadband we've done. And you can actually enact a special tax levy within that TIF district for the people in that TIF district to make up for it. So let's just say, and I'm not saying this is true, but let's just say the solar companies come in, they default, they sell multiple times, they bankrupt their LLCs, whatever they do. It's just if, okay? So then we're kind of just stuck. It's just there. We're not making any money. And now we can't pay off the roads that we did. We can't pay off the broadband, the fiber that we did. And do we now have to put a special tax levy in there so that we can pay off what we've already accomplished? Once again, it just seems easier. It seems like less of a risk. And everywhere I looked, it said higher risk. For TIFs, it seems like less of a risk to just send it back to the general fund, let it go through the normal channels, and decrease everybody's tax bill a little bit. I'm not going to go through all of this because there is like an entire page of Indiana code. But one of the things, and I think the first place that you actually start is, I think you guys have to label it not an ERA, but it's similar. It's like an economic redevelopment area. You have to label it that before you can actually go through. And there's a whole bunch of qualifying things. One of them is that the area is a menace, literally, in quotes, a menace to like the public health and safety. It's not a menace. It's not a menace. We live in the country. We love it in the country. We don't want extra redevelopment. The solar companies are already coming in. That's taking away from that in general. One thing I thought that was interesting, and this is the one thing I will point out, there is a section in there that actually says you use a TIF district if you're worried that the area inside that redevelopment area, what you're trying to do with it is not the proper use of the land. It literally says that. It's a way to bypass our comprehensive plan, our UDO, all of those different things. Not saying we're doing that here. There's nothing that's been said, hey, we're going to build a mega mall.
Never
with this
came
money.
up at all, Andrew.
I'm just saying, this is all part of the Indiana code. There are a lot of things just like an ERA. So I have copies for everybody. I would love responses just because it was a lot of reading.
I'm glad I could give you a weekend assignment.
I did a lot of reading since this weekend. It was rough.
I don't we get one?
I guess you can.
All right, we are going to take another break. It is about 8 after 11 right now. Let's try to get back in here by about 16, 17 after, so we can get moving on the next item, which is discussing tax abatement for a different project. So, that being said, let's recess till about 16 after 11.
And please turn your mics off.
Takes off.
No, Sure. There were many units that did a lot of bonding, knowing that Move the sign. The sign.
They all want to see Rick's face.
No. There you go.
Thank you. Next time I'll just have Jessica do it for me.
All right, I'll call the meeting back to order. I'm going to ask the council if we may change the arrangement a little bit of the schedule. We have an item on our agenda at the bottom of the page on Inspiration Ministries, and I would like to deal with that now because we have Michael Lapham here from probation who may have some comments on that, and he has other appointments that he has to get to. And I know that our other business is going to take us a good hour anyway, so I want to make sure that we get that one taken care of. And you guys just need to realize our council meetings are going to go to 1 o'clock from now on. That's just the way it is. So we're going to have to bring in pizza maybe.
I was just going to ask if you were buying lunch.
All right, is that changing the agenda a little bit? Is that okay with everyone? Pretty much. All right, if that's okay with everybody, not sure it was 2 weeks ago or 3 weeks ago, the county commissioners had a request to give $25,000 of the opioid settlement money to Inspiration Ministries to possibly be as a match to a grant that they were trying to apply for. They did authorize that amount to Inspiration Ministries upon the approval of the council. And I know that there are some of us that have an issue with giving that $25,000 from the opioid settlement. Mike, do you? It didn't get to your files until this morning, but there was a spreadsheet on how much money is in the opioid settlement was going to be added this morning. Should be in your packet. Added this morning, and that's over a 38-year period, and it's the funding coming from all of the cities and towns combining with the county.
It is not in the hard copy printed. It is only online. I did it at like 10 o'clock last night.
I just gave it to Susan this morning at 7:30, so.
The problem with that is that I can't ever get online when I get here, so if it's sent too early, then I don't have a chance to look at it.
The only thing that it has been up on the, I forget which website, but it's been listed with all the opioid information from the government, and it's just saying what amount we were going to get for restricted, unrestricted, and then the other one is just a whole multiple pages of what it can be used for the restricted portion.
And Mike, you could help fill in some spots here, but they've been having, across the state, they're trying to combine the localities and the county's money to put together a larger pot because, Corona may get $400 and Butler may get a $2,000. The city of Auburn might get $118,000. It's all based on size and location. They're talking about putting the money together in each county and doing something that can be more meaningful or have more impact than maybe Corona or St. Joe going at it separately. So, Mike?
And yeah, there have been a couple of meetings with the cities and towns. Altona and Ashley haven't been involved yet. They're hard to get a hold of. But there's a consensus among all the other cities and towns that combining the resources would make a lot of sense because there's just not a lot of money there. So the idea being that something more impactful could be done. That is a somewhat complicated procedure to put together, involving, we have to have some approval from the commissioners, interlocal agreements, I'm sure, matching, as you normally do with, when you're putting that sort of thing together. So that being said, at the last meeting, there was some concern expressed about having a plan in place that would benefit DeKalb County residents and make the best use of those resources. And then just some comments from some of the town managers and mayors in that regard. So, like I said, it's just going to take a little time to put that agreement together if we're going to do that. But just to give you an idea of how finite this money is, since you don't have the spreadsheets, the 2022 payment for DeKalb County, and that was, I don't have the other ones in front of me, but DeKalb County got $149,000, $44,000 in non-restricted and $104,000 in change in restricted funds. But our 2023 payment drops down to $26,000. And this pays out through 2038. And our payments going forward are going to be in that $25,000, $26,000 range out through the end. So, just to give you some context on this, when Inspiration came in and made their presentation a couple weeks ago at the commissioners meeting, they've raised about $500,000 or somewhere close to that anyway, for this matching grant. But then if you take the other side of that, the drug treatment court here in DeKalb County, who deals with DeKalb County residents, they operate on an $8,000 a year grant, and it's really, really tight. I don't know, Susan, did they have the Rule 12? The approved usages?
They don't have it in front of them, but they have it online. Can you get email, Amy? Okay. At all?
That's why I bring my MiFi device.
Yeah.
I don't go through AES anymore.
Okay, well, I emailed it. I tried.
Wi-Fi is pretty yucky up here. If you can get an Ethernet, a USB plug, you can plug into your phone. Yeah.
I had just. It's in your packet. I can email it. I just emailed it to Amy Prosser because she had. I will send it.
But over the course of those years, this is a pretty significant amount of money. Our programs within the county, within the court system, within probation, where this money can be utilized. It can be utilized in a number of areas. I'm not just specifically for that, but after Michelle made her presentation here on her budget, it was asked whether or not she could use part of this opioid money for drug screens.
The answer to that is yes. You can also use it for medical assisted therapy, which would be a program that community corrections could use. You can use it for educational purposes. For instance, vaping is a huge issue in the schools these days. That is a permissible use of those funds too. So I guess the consensus request from the cities and towns group is maybe we kind of take this a little slowly and let the stakeholders develop a plan.
We're talking about doing a plan similar to what we did with the ARPA money, where the groups all met and came up with the different possibilities for the funds, and then actually presented them to us. Don't know that that's really gonna, that we wouldn't have to approve a plan here at this point, I don't think, but it would give everybody that's gonna be contributing money to this. And it's divided up over that 30-some years between DeKalb County, Altoona, Ashley, Auburn, Butler, Corona, Garrett, St. Joe, and
And part of that discussion, of course, we got that big front-loaded payment 22. But if you look at like I said, 23 payments, 26 grand. So, maybe some of that larger tranche would be better spent moving into the 23, 24, 25 to sustain program too. So a lot of, like I said, a lot of moving parts, and we're not there yet. We've got to have buy-in from commissioners and agreement from all the others, but there is a real buy-in for combining those resources and trying to do something that really has an impact on the addiction and education problem.
then go ahead, Amy.
From what I understand, you're saying that the $25,000, that inspiration, right, 25,000, being asked for from Inspiration Ministries, there is a consensus among the local leaders that they would prefer to spend that money in a different way than just this, because that's not what we heard. From what I understood, DeKalb commissioners, Butler, Garrett, and I know Kendallville is not part of it.
Yeah.
Those are the ones that, off the top of my head, that I remember already had bought into this plan for Inspiration. Or are they saying now that they don't want to be involved in that plan, or that they want two different plans, or now they're saying we don't want Inspiration Ministries, we want something else?
No.
No. Okay.
They are saying, and Mayor Hartman and Mayor Fine were not at the last meeting. So, they didn't have any input. I do know that Butler pledged 10,000 out of there, and Garrett 4,500, which I think was less than what you originally. And the commissioners were responsive to Andrew's presentation. But the other leaders that were at the last meeting suggested that maybe taking a deeper dive into this and see what, if there are ways that we could be more impactful with those funds than just expanding housing or those lines. That would have better, a greater effect on battling the opioid problem. So I think the consensus as I took it from the group was maybe we could take a deeper dive into this and look at some other possible programs and see how that all fits in what we actually have to deal with.
$25,000 was too big of an ask, and they would prefer that. Seems like that they're saying one thing and now they're saying something else. So I'm not sure what we're supposed to do here.
Well, none of the other cities and towns had said that. Okay, Butler and Garrett were the only other two that were on board. All of the other entities, government, municipals, had the same presentation made and as I understand, declined to do it. So that's, and again, I'm just messing.
And those that, from my understanding as well, those that already agreed to pledge or whatever, so much money for Inspiration Ministries, that those dollars are separate from our county 25,000 that was also requested.
I think I've gotten several emails on this issue, not more so who the money was being given to and what proven track record they did or did not have. I've also had some meetings with our courts and prosecutor, and I think they would like to see us pull back until we get some justification on how the funds would be used by this particular organization. So
that was mentioned at the meeting. You know, what's the metric for accountability and effectiveness and so forth of those funds? That come up a little bit at the commissioners' meeting. So those were a couple of questions. Yeah.
I don't think that this is the time to debate the effectiveness or the abilities of the requesting organization. I just know that we have a very large pot of money coming into us. We're trying to work with all of the others involved, and until we get some better information and some standards set up, they put together a plan for this money. I think we should just hold off on it.
Well, and just in response, I think if we really had a large amount of money coming in, the thoughts may be different. We don't have a large amount of money. We have, it's $400 and some thousand, but it pays out over the next 15 years. So as far as any sustainable programs or effective programs, that is not a large amount of money.
Mike, I think that you voted yes to when the commissioners voted. So what is changing your mind today?
Couple of conversations and just some of the requests from the cities and towns that we slow down a little bit. And I'm not, well, I guess I would fall into that. Let's proceed with caution and make sure that we're making the best use of that money. Yeah.
Michael would like to say something, I think. Michael.
Well, first, I'd like to apologize. I know that we've moved up to schedule. I appreciate you seeing me. Obviously, the intent is to put me back to work and use those county funds that you paid me to get back to doing what you paid me to do. I'm here for several reasons. One, the opioid money has very specific uses, and though they've made that request, I was one of those people that was not, I was asked to be here to look at you and tell you that I only have limited places that I can come and get those. Okay, I can't create these relationships with all of these as a non-for-profit would go and create all these relationships asking for this, that, and the other, and then say that somebody involved with that would get involved with an arrest. That would make our court system look slanted. So I can't do that. They can't. They also walked in here and looked at you and said that they were able to gain all that money from all these outside entities, but they also want the 25 that would be available for us very quickly. They presented you some numbers. Number one, those aren't the numbers I heard less than 6 months ago. Number two, there's a lot of things that you guys should probably take a lot longer look at before those kind of things are approved. Now, I know that they were asked some questions. There are very few, okay? Very few questions by the commissioner. And when you're talking about creating that relationship, also funding programming, there's extensive amount of things that I feel are necessary for the county to do their due diligence before they make that decision. And I would be more than happy to speak to any of you about we've attempted to create those relationships. I'd be more than happy to tell you what that's been like for us in the court system. But again, yeah, we're a competitor for that money. We're one of the people that are looking at you and saying that I have an entire addiction treatment court that I'm running off of $8,000 from the state. I've had to modify my entire department to make sure that I have people that can work it, run it. I will be in short supply of things like money for drug screens. I can guarantee you that I will be back here for an additional request soon, even with the possibility of getting that opioid money, because the amount of people that we are treating, the amount of people that we are helping through that court has doubled in less than a year. And it's doing an amazing work. But we weren't able to project that last year at budget time. So I will be back. And like I say, the more that those monies, if you could take one very small piece into consideration that I would ask, that's not only recorded but stated to the commissioners. They looked at you and they said, out of the 100% of the people that we have in our programs, 35% of them are from somewhere else. Where? Why? And those kind of questions aren't ones that were specifically answered, asked, or presented. And I would tell you that without the ability to ask that, without having the answers for that, and then saying, secondarily, if you have the ability to go get this money from other places, why do it here?
It was.
Inspiration Ministries, they're not here to defend themselves.
No, it's merely a question.
It
not an allegation.
it was stated in the commissioners' meeting that this money would be given with the approval of the council.
There's no appropriation though presently.
No, it was just stated that they would agree to the payment if the council approved. So it was stated in a meeting that they were at, so.
And it was noticed, if that matters.
Subject. Best procedure by both. My business, the truth.
I do want to add for what it's worth, and I wasn't at the commissioners meeting when they requested this $25,000, but the person requesting that came in and he had to have his paperwork for whatever grant he was trying to get submitted by the following day. So that is why the commissioners, they didn't actually want to just flat out approve it because you guys have to approve it, but it was a very, I don't know, wasn't planned out very well and didn't really have much time for any kind of discussion or decision when he needed to turn in his paperwork.
I believe they were trying to get this money to be the matching for the grant whose application was due on March 1st. So they were already late anyway.
Yeah, that's right. Mm-hmm.
So, anyway.
They were good salesmen, so they put together a pretty good program, as you want to believe, but still, the point was, I thought it was 7 out of 10 patients they were bringing in from DeKalb County, and the other 3 were like you said, somewhere else. And I didn't agree with that, and I still don't agree. If it's going to be from DeKalb money, it should be DeKalb County.
Well, I think there just needs to be better planning behind this. Myself, again, my opinion, I just think there needs to be a better plan here and bring in all the players. I don't want to debate whether or not Inspiration Ministries is a good thing or a bad thing here. That's certainly not our place, but these things need to be brought to us a little bit better put together. So with that, the commissioners ask us to approve or disapprove this $25,000. What's your wishes here?
I move that we disapprove it and table it until next month. If they want to re-enter, come back in and talk to us. But I move that we.
All right, been moved that we table this until next month. And I have a second. Further discussion?
Was the list of the remediation, and maybe Michael can answer this, was this just released recently? Because I thought at our JRAC meeting, we discussed, we knew the money was coming, but it hadn't been released yet. But this is the first that we've seen this. I mean, so for us to
And
know.
the date on it is March 30th, 2022 also, at the bottom.
Well, in our JRAC meeting, we didn't even know what it could be used for. I mean, it was like a shot in the dark. And we knew the money was coming, but it wasn't here. And this is a pretty thick document. How do we know that that even falls in what it can be used for? I mean, I know I had a meeting with Michelle last week and going over community corrections budget, and they hadn't even had a chance to go through this yet. So, I mean, I think it's pretty recent. I guess I just want to make sure that, if we can use it for some of those drug screens and for things in the treatment courts that are the budget shortfall, I think we really need to take a look across the board and see how we can help more people, help better programming.
All right. Anybody else? I have a motion and a second that we table this until next month. Any comment from the public? Hearing none. All those in favor of tabling this until next month, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same. That motion's carried. Thank you, Michael. All right.
You wish.
Is this where I call for us to adjourn? It's right at the end.
Not yet.
Not yet.
Well, that's the next on our
I tell you what.
I tried.
In about the next break, I'm going to be seeing what my blood sugar is, and if it's low, we'll be stopping for lunch. Although I did bring a couple of granola bars, knowing what was going to happen today. Okay, back to the regular agenda. Next item here is the EDA for the IGDB biogas. This is a tax abatement. This was through the Tax Abatement Committee. And
This one.
I got RCC 2. And preliminary declaratory resolution for the creation of an economic revitalization area, resolution number 2023-RCC-2. This is to designate the area as an area in need of economic revitalization. I believe that this was written for the full 14 acres. Am I correct, Don?
I have tried to communicate with the gentleman, numbers on the application. But I have used exhibit for the, this is the declaratory resolution.
Okay.
Before we get to the
And what is the process after we pass this?
after you pass this, you pass it, then there's to determine whether
But yet we can move on with the first vote, right?
you have to do the first vote before you can have the hearing and get to the
Okay.
And that would all occur next month,
Well, yes.
if that's when we set it.
Just to be clear, today we're confirming, or not confirming, our vote, that this 14 acres of Irish Dairy Farm is in need of revitalization and therefore eligible for the abatement. Right, okay, thank you.
And the other thing that we need to, we'll need to discuss as we move through this process. The committee recommended 10 years, 10% a year. That is not fixed in stone. That is just what the committee recommended. The state legislature has given the council the ability to adjust that as they see fit. We can do 5 years, 50% for 2 years in a row, and then 75, you can manipulate those numbers. You're not stuck with 10% a year for 10 years, or previous ones, you were fixed at either 10, 8, or 5, depending on whether it was real property or personal property. All of that is now up to our discretion. We can make those changes if we'd like. I know that Anton is here. Anton, would you like to speak to this particular project at all? We did talk about it last month, but if you want to just give everybody a quick review.
Anton King, DeKalb County Economic Development. Quick recap, IGDB Biogas, again, is proposing a $4.5 million investment on a digester system to turn manure into a natural gas product. With that, they're proposing to create 3 jobs with the average wage, apologize if I have it broken down, roughly about $52,000 a year on that. But again, the location of that project is located on the Irish Acres Dairy campus, if you will, out in that area. But should you move forward through the process, we would bring back the company representative to answer any in-depth questions that you may have through that. Obviously, as Don had stated, and moving into next month in that process. But again, this just kind of starts that process, if you will, through the votes you have. But happy to answer any additional questions that you may have on the subject.
This, and each project is going to have to be handled separately. Decision on one is not going to have any effect on the decision on the others. It is important for us to, or as a county, as a city, as an area, to make sure that we increase our assessed valuation. You want to try to get that tax rate down, get that, we're capped at what we're going to be able to raise for our funding, but we've got to keep that assessed valuation growing, hopefully more than the amount that we're able to increase our budget. If we can only increase our budget 3% or 5% a year, we need to make sure that that assessed valuation grows more than that in order to keep people's tax rates down. And Jeff is here, and there's somebody else that representing the solar people that are going to talk about tax abatement. Jeff's talked about TIF and a little bit about tax abatement, but those are, it's all just it's an equation. It's all just a matter of math. Tax abatement is an important tool for us. It does not have to be approved in every single case, and it may not be beneficial in every single case, but it is still an important tool for us. And this particular project is one that I personally believe will benefit the county. You've got 1,500 cows here that you're gonna make some use of a byproduct that they've got. They could bring in more cows. This process has been done in other places. For this particular company, it's a new venture. They're going to look and see if it works for them. So I would encourage this particular one. But with that, I don't know.
I had a question, just real quick, and I don't remember. Did they say that they were going to come if they did or did not get the abatement either way?
I believe they did not. They said no.
Yeah.
They said no.
Okay.
Again, this is a new process for this particular company.
I thought they had one in Warsaw.
Well, they've done one in Warsaw. They're doing one in Ohio also, but
So
it's
this would be
still, the whole
third.
process is a new thing for them. So,
Voting
and
no
it's
on
not
an
an old
abatement.
it's not an old technology,
Correct.
because Councilman Van Wy has explained to me how this works from a,
The only thing that different is that they're trucking it to their own, wherever they got their generators at and using it. Most farmers, when they put it in, they will put 2 generators in so that they can continue to use their own manure for electricity. That's the only thing I thought was kind of strange about the whole deal, is that they were trucking it somewhere else to process it.
I just want to make clear that voting no on an abatement doesn't mean that you don't like or encourage that kind of business. It's just a no on the abatement. So I think sometimes there's an attempt to equalize. If you vote no, then you're not for the improvement or that kind of a business. And that isn't true. That isn't why I vote no. So just clarification.
all right, any other discussion?
We haven't had any.
Okay. All right. That being said, can I have a motion to approve 2023-RCC-2 on, this is a resolution, so it does only need one reading.
Oh, so move.
And move to approve this resolution. Is there a second?
I'll second it.
And a second by, motion by Councilman Van Wy, second by Councilman Yard. Discussion? Comment from the public? Hearing none, all those in favor of the resolution signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same. Motion passes 5-1. All right. Okay, next. This is the economic revitalization area for solar projects. Andrew has already spoken, so Jessica, you're on. No, we'll deal with him later.
I'll deal with, I got him. I can do it. Jessica Shaw, 3865 County Road 79, Butler, Indiana. So I actually was prepared to come and talk about abatements, but it sounds like abatements are off the table with solar. Am I understanding that correctly? You're leaning more towards a TIF?
Don't go too far.
Don't
with
make
that yet.
assumptions, is that what you're saying?
Don't make assumptions yet, that'll bite both of us.
Well then, let's have a conversation. So here's my thought process. And I'm glad Amy asked the question, because I'm actually not anti-abatements, and regardless of what my shirt says, I'm not completely anti-solar. I just ask for a common sense approach, right? So solar has said at 2 public meetings that they're coming to our county regardless. And when we go and we take a look at why we offer abatements or why we offer TIFs, it's to entice new business. It's to keep people from investing in other counties. It's to bring people to DeKalb. It's to promote growth. It's to do all of these beautiful things. I agree with abatements that do that, okay? Solar doesn't. We're looking at negative property values. I know people say this is debatable. We've talked about this. Very, very limited jobs. They are not a new business. They're replacing farming, okay? So I don't look at them necessarily as a new business. So my goal was to ask to not move forward with the resolution for the ERA, because there's some untruths there. We're not staying true to the purpose of why we do abatements, and we're not staying true to the fact that this highly productive farmland should not be classified as an economic revitalization area. I also have a question. Andrew mentioned, he talked to you on Saturday, and you mentioned TIFs, and I haven't done a lot of research on that. So I started digging and reading myself. and I come across the article with the Auburn Sports Complex. And when they talked about TIFs, there was a percentage of that revenue that was going to go back to the sports complex for the infrastructure. Was that correct?
That
Possibly.
was-
Negotiable?
Yeah.
So that wouldn't be offered for solar?
No.
Okay. But could be? The other thing I want to mention is these 5,000 to 6,000 acres of panels are on the eastern side of the county. I teach at Butler. We're already kind of the lower income portion of the county. And I love Butler. I guess I'm proud to stand here and say, I have a concern about negatively impacting that side of the district, property values. Our neighbors are currently moving away. And what's going to happen, or what the benefit is, the return to the citizens that live there. So when we talk about lowering taxes, and I've went door to door in Butler, door to door in Auburn. Is that my time? Crap. I'll finish real quick. Sorry. I tried to slow down so I didn't get all nervous. I went door to door and I asked people, would you prefer projects or would you prefer lower taxes? In Butler, they need expendable income. I teach, I see it. I watch the children's lunch accounts. They need more money in their pockets. We don't need trails. We don't need broadband. So if it comes down to what the people need that are most impacted by this, it's the decrease in taxes. That's all I have to say. Thank you, guys.
Thank you. All right. With that being said, now, Sarah, would you like to make your comments before we let Greg speak, or do you want Greg to go first? How do you? Okay, go ahead and make your comments now.
Thank you. Thanks for the time. Sarah Massara on behalf of EDF Renewables with the Scope and Solar Project, 3600 American Boulevard West, Bloomington, Minnesota. So I do just want to touch real quickly on part of Jessica Scholl's comments. So during the tax abatement committee meetings, Scope and Solar had two. The committee posed the question, will Scope and Solar proceed with this project if not granted an abatement, right? And I believe, part of that question is driven by the scoring form that the tax abatement committee uses, kind of requires that yes/no binary answer so they can, proceed with the scoring process of our tax abatement application. Correct me if I'm wrong on that. But so during the meeting and in a brief discussion, we communicated that while it was possible that the project proceeds without a granted abatement, it's not a decision we can firmly stand here today and say, yes, we're coming if we're not granted an abatement. But ultimately, the committee needed a yes/no, right? So because it's not an absolute no, we thought that the best and most transparent thing to say was yes. But I'd like to add maybe just a bit more context and clarity to why we answered that way. So if Scope and Solar is not granted a tax abatement, now I'm rushing and I'm feeling the nerves. If we're not granted a tax abatement, EDF Renewables will have to balance this impact to the project across our regional portfolio in the state of Indiana. To date, no solar project of EDF Renewables has not been granted an abatement. So if Scope and Solar does not receive this abatement, it will not be competing on a level playing field as between the other solar projects that we have in our portfolio across the state. So we're requesting a tax abatement as it's an investment tool that's available to Sculpin as an incoming business to DeKalb County. We're likewise requesting the abatement to ensure, again, that we're competing with other solar projects in Indiana with similar project economics. So if not granted a tax abatement, we'll have to seriously consider the viability of our investment and our ability to proceed with this project. So again, I can't stand here today and give you a binary yes/no, because it's not a simple answer and it does impact our project economics. So with that, if I still have 2 more minutes, I'd like to proceed with what I was originally going to say. Okay, thank you. So today at Scope and Solar, we're asking the council to direct the attorney to draft the preliminary resolution to establish an economic revitalization area. allowing the project to then come forward and seek tax abatement. And I'd like to also highlight the benefits of the project despite any future granted tax abatement. These benefits begin with the reassessment of the land. That reassessment at the higher solar base rate, as you all I think have heard by this point, is between 6 to 7 times the current land assessment. The project pays these non-abatable taxes at that higher 6 to 7 times assessed value, beginning on day 1 of the project's operations through the life of the project. Additionally, the investment size of the project, and again, Scope and Solar brings a minimum $200 million investment, provides a backstop stabilization of the property tax base in Wilmington and Stafford townships, as well as the county at large. Due to the investment being so large, even if other tax property is taken off of the tax base, the county can rely on the significant tax base increase resulting from the project for up to 40 years. The project also does not call for a demand on public services. So due to the increase in tax base, if the county is called to, no, I didn't read that right. The project does not call for a demand of public services due to the increase on the tax base. Sorry. If the county is called to increase its budget because of other demands, this project will help keep the tax rate stable or potentially lower, even after any potential budget increase. And as you all know, the commissioners engaged a third-party tax advisor to forecast the impacts of the project's investment on the county's tax base and the tax rates. And we understand that that analysis has been complete and the commissioners have received it. We hope that the council has likewise received a copy. Scope and Solar and that third-party advisor, Baker Tilly, can speak more to these principles at a public meeting at which the county considers the resolution to establish the ERA. So we're urging you, the Scope and Solar team urges you to realize that this is a significant investment in the county that will have material and long-lasting benefits. The project has not been given an opportunity to be fully heard by the full council. So voting today to direct your council attorney to draft the preliminary resolution to establish an ERA will simply provide a forum at the next public meeting and will be the first opportunity for the project to present its full scope and benefits to a larger council. So thank you for your time.
Thank you, Sarah.
Yep.
As she just mentioned, the commissioners had asked that Baker Tilly do an analysis on the tax abatement. And that is, Greg Balsamo is here from Baker Tilly and has that information. And I believe that you all got it in part of your council packets. So, Greg?
Yep. Yes, sir. Hello, my name is Greg Balsano with Baker Tilly Municipal Advisors. I work with Jason Semler, who is a partner here at our firm, and he couldn't be here today, so I apologize for that. But wanted to go through today, Commissioner Watson asked me to be here to kind of go through some numbers we've prepared. I believe you do have that analysis with you, but if not, let me know. I have some copies that I can hand to you. So we are a firm, a municipal advising firm that provides various municipal advising activities. One of those being that we analyze the financial impacts of renewable energy projects. So one being solar. And so today I'm going to walk through a report that's dated March 9th that we've prepared. That kind of walks through the assessed value, the property taxes. We looked at various different abatement scenarios that were requested. And so I'm going to walk through that today. At the end, I'll also kind of touch on, I know it's been touched on by Mr. Peters earlier with the the TIF. I will touch on that and how that kind of changes this as well. And please feel free to interrupt at any point. I'm happy to answer any questions. So I'll kind of start on page 2 of your analysis that you should have. And so what we're looking at here is from information we've received from the company is an estimated $260 million taxable investment, with $13 million of that being real property improvements. So the remaining $247 million being personal property utility assessed value. Additionally, there will be an assessed value for the increase in land assessment. Currently, agricultural land assessment is assessed at $1,900 per acre. That's per the DLGF. And for solar property, that is a base rate that is also based on the DLGF. So within the state, there are 3 different regions. You have a north, central, and south region that each have a specified assessed value per acre as a guideline. And for DeKalb County, being in the north region, that is $13,000 per acre for the current year. So looking at $13,000 per acre, less than $1,900. That increase multiplied by the 1,000 acres that are proposed to be within the fenced area of the project would see an additional approximately $11.1 million in assessed value. So that is from the increase in land alone. Now, it's been mentioned, land in the state of Indiana is not abatable. So no matter what the project would be, increases in land assessed value cannot be abated. As you'll see on your page 2, up on the top left corner, this would be assuming no property tax abatement. So what would the assessed values be? As you can see in year 1 of the project, which is estimated to be taxes payable year 2027, about $79,040,000 in utility property. And that is because in the first year in the state of Indiana, all utility property gets a 60% credit from their gross assessed value. And in addition, utility property is depreciated using some sort of method. A lot of companies we see in the renewable energy space that when we're doing analyses use the 5-year IRS makers depreciation schedule. And that's what we were told is estimated to be used here. So there's some depreciation applied there. That's why that 247 is different from the 79,040,000, excuse me. But I will say, as the law currently states, the legislature currently states, utility property and personal property cannot go below 30% of the gross assessed value. So no matter what the depreciation schedule would be, as it states today, that can't go below 30%. So as you can see in that column, in 2028, it jumps to $118,560,000. That's because that 60% credit in the state of Indiana falls off. That's only a 1-year credit. And then that is stable at the $74.1 million for utility property. And that's because it's then at that 30% floor. The real property improvements, again, about $13 million is estimated. We've just assumed a percentage of cost because, as you know, cost doesn't always translate to assessed value. We've assumed that 50% assessment to cost there. So $6.5 million of AV. And then again, that $11.1 million of land. So once depreciation is over and all those things in year 3 of the project, so taxes payable 2029 estimated, that would be $91.7 million of assessed value, new assessed value for the county. The different quadrants of this schedule, the top right looks at a 10-year declining property tax abatement. So that would be 100, 90, 80, 70, downward to 0 over the course of a 10-year period. The bottom left-hand side looks at a 10-year flat 50% abatement schedule. And the bottom right-hand side looks at a 10-year 100% property tax abatement schedule. As I was mentioned earlier in the meeting, these are just some schedules we were asked to kind of prepare. The abatements can be whatever in the 10-year period. It doesn't have to be a stable flat line. That's kind of up for negotiation, up for things to talk about. So these are just 3 different types of abatements. So you can see that over the 10-year declining, that value starts at $11.1 million on the top right there. And that's because, again, land cannot be abated. So even though in that first year it's 100% abated, you still have that $11.1 million from the land. And that slowly increases over the period by 10% a year when that abatement's rolling off to that $91.7 million. And then accordingly, the 50% and the 100% work similar fashion. So the 50% is just 50% of those until the 10-year, and then all of that AV would come on in the 11th year. Same with the 100%. It would just be the land increase for the first 10 years, and then all of that other AV would come on following the 10-year period. So the next page of your schedule looks at just the breakout between this investment between the taxing districts that this is proposed in. So it's proposed to be in Wilmington Township Taxing District as well as Stafford Township Taxing District. And per the numbers we received, it's about 14% of the taxable value in Wilmington and 86% in Stafford. So this is just a breakdown, the schedule here of how that total assessed value for each of the scenarios goes between those 2 taxing districts. Page 4 looks at summary of estimated property tax rates. So what we do here is we hold everything else constant. This would not talking about TIF at the moment. This would be assuming no TIF here. If everything else was held constant at the pay 2023 levels, so your pay 23 tax rates, your pay 23 levies, and you were to input this assessed value into the tax base, what would that have done? So what would be the impact of this project holding all else constant? So when that assessed value, as it was mentioned previously, comes onto the tax base, For example, with the county, your assessed value would increase. And looking at page 23, you would still have that levy that your maximum constraint is by the state. You take, as you guys are aware, you take that levy, divide it by your assessed value, and thus you're able to have a lower tax rate because now you have more assessed value that's being generated from this project and community. Now, again, there are, each year the state increases or determines a maximum growth. And I know that was mentioned earlier that appeal could be made. This doesn't speculate on any of that. It just looks at, okay, today's values, what would happen if you incorporated this project to those? And you can see that, in Wilmington Township, following the course of the abatement, that rate is currently at 1.2609, so $1.2609. And after the course of the abatement runs, it'd be $1 and 1.1851, excuse me. So that's a decrease of 0.0758 cents in the tax rate, holding all else constant. With each of the abatements, that rate is going to slowly decline to that number over time as that assessed value comes on. And the same goes for Stafford Township. So you're at 1.2553 in page 23, estimating that would decrease to 1.1415 or a 0.1138 cent decrease over that course of that abatement. So once all the assessed values on, that's totally all it's constant. Page 5 breaks down those tax rate declines. So between the overlapping units that are impacted by this project. So for example, DeKalb County, current rate is 0.3850. With this, it would be 0.3749. So the county would see 0.0101%, tax rate decline of what I spoke about previously. Then you'll have the townships, Wilmington Township, Stafford Township, Butler Civil City Fire Territory, the DeKalb County Eastern Community School Corporation, the Northeast Indiana Solid Waste Management, and the DeKalb County Airport Authority. And you can see the various breakdowns of how that rate decline works within those overlapping units. So you can see that, I'll just touch on a few of them. Stafford Township is 0.0389. And again, remember, more of the investment is located there in that taxing district. The school, 0.0637. So those are a couple of the just examples of how that rate decline breaks out between the units. What would that rate decline mean for taxpayers? So on page 6, we go through and look at in Wilmington Township and in Stafford Township, what would a rate decline of those remarks following the course of any sort of abatement provided, what would that mean for taxpayers? So we looked at various home values, $1,900 1 acre of farmland, as well as a $100,000 business. I kind of go to the median home value per the census was $135,200. In Wilmington Township, that would be a decline of $31.10 in annual property taxes once that full rate is assumed, once, of course, the abatement expires. In Stafford Township, that would be $46.67. For comparison, a $300,000 home would be $90.98 per year and $136.54 per year, comparing the pay 23 tax rate to that decreased tax rate after expiration of any abatement. Again, holding all else constant. 1 acre of farmland in Wilmington Township, $1.44 per year and $2.16 per year in Stafford. And for a $100,000 business, $75.80 and $113.80 respectively, those two taxing districts. Now, everyone in the county, again, holding all else constant, would see some rate decline because as you notice that the county fund there was seeing a decline. But if you're closer to the project, so within these two taxing districts where the investment is mainly located, you're going to see more of that rate decline because you're hitting all of those overlapping taxing units that are located. Yes. Yes. Following the expiration of that abatement. So that would be slowly, with or without an abatement, if the project were to come, that would be the value seen once the full amount of assessed value is seen. So over the course of a 10-year, for example, declining abatement, it would be a portion of that 4667. In year 1, it's a little bit, and then 2, it's a little bit higher. And then once the 10 years is up, all of that assessed value is released, then it would be that full. Correct. Yeah. Page 7 looks at some of those Cuban funds that Mr. Peters mentioned earlier. So there are a few funds in these overlapping taxing districts that are outside of the maximum levy constraint. You have the DeKalb County CCD, Cuban Capital Development Fund, the Airport Cumulative Building Fund, the Stafford Township Cumulative Fire Fund, and the Butler Civil City Special Fire Protection Territory Equipment Replacement Fund. So those are rate driven, so that if so chosen, those rates could remain the same. So instead of additional assessed value, meaning a decline in rate, additional assessed value would mean additional revenue per year in those funds. So each of these quadrants looks at, over those different scenarios, what would be the potential additional revenues in those funds. So I'll touch on the county Cume Cap Development Fund. So you can see between the years paid 27 through 2037, without an abatement, that's an additional approximately $324,839 cumulatively. And then once that abatement rolls off, it's $28,152 per year increase in that fund, assuming that rate's kept the same. And with the corresponding abatements, that amount during the 10-year period is just declined because not all of that assessed value is flown through to the. So the same kind of math works. So for example, a 10-year 100% abatement just on the opposite end of the spectrum, instead of that $324,839, it's $62,232 during the course of that abatement. But then once it expires, it's that $20,232. So all of these funds work in that same fashion. So that's kind of the math behind it. The last page of the analysis here, page 8, looks at the estimated property taxes from this proposed investment. On the left-hand side are the total taxes that we estimate. Now, what we've done here is we've just kept the paid 2023 tax rate constant over time, because as we know, the maximum levy changes, things change. The rate is not going to necessarily maybe decline every year. You know, things change and things happen. So we've just used that constant rate for now. You can see that without the abatement through 2037, that's as far as we went. I know the project life could go longer than that, so you would see, be more taxes later on, but about $13.3 million in total taxes without the abatement. So once this full assessed value is on, that's about $1,151,820. With a 10-year declining abatement, so that will slowly come on, that's $7,157,740. And on the right-hand side, you can see the corresponding savings that would mean for the company. So for that, it would be about $6.1 million. With the 10-year 50%, they would pay about $7.9 million. That means a savings of about $5.4. And with a 10-year 100%, it's about $2.5 million in property taxes over that 11-year period, and savings of about $10.75. So now those are savings. So as we mentioned, that's not new. Property taxes paid by any company is not new money necessarily to the units, as we just went through. There's maximum levy constraints. There's things like that. It means additional assessed value. So additional assessed value to go through to help reduce tax rates. Those CUME funds help increase those revenues if so chosen. Also can help reduce circuit breaker tax credit losses in areas with that additional assessed value, because rates would be coming down, presumably. Now, one corresponding factor that we've seen, and I'll give a little bit of history, is economic development payments. You guys have probably heard of those with these type of projects, renewable energy. Those started, roughly 10 years ago or so, and because companies, renewable energy companies, were asking in Indiana for 10-year declining abatements at that time they would argue, to be competitive with their competitors. So they would ask for those abatements. The county would receive an economic development payment equatable to some amount per megawatt. So, the megawatts of this project, if I look back, it's 180 megawatts. So it'd be some amount per megawatt for that 10-year declining abatement. An economic development payment is something that the county can use, and I'll defer to the attorneys, but from what I've been told is fairly flexible in its use and how the county can use those revenues. So economic development payments are additional new money revenue to the county. So that's not like property taxes where it's assessed value, it's going that route. Economic development payments are new money that would go to the county to do various projects in the community. Unlike TIF, which I'll talk about here in a moment, like I said, I've heard that they're more freely being able to be used. It doesn't necessarily have to be used in that project area. Again, I would defer to the attorneys to comment on that, but again, I heard it's fairly flexible. So economic development payments, counties over the last 10 years have wanted more economic development payments to have more money up front, we've seen, to be able to do various projects in their communities. So they've been, over the last few years, giving more abatement incentive and asking for some portion or all of, in some cases, the difference in savings between that 10-year declining that was, years ago and whatever that increased abatement is. So for example, 10-year declining is kind of, if you see that as the baseline, if a county were to ask for more than that, they would ask for correspondingly more economic development payments because they're granting more savings to the company. So they would ask for more economic development payments, which is more new money to help them do projects. Now, the downside to giving a longer term abatement or more percentage is the assessed value is not flowing through to reduce those tax rates as quickly. That's kind of the comparison between the two. If you were to TIF this project, and I know that's been talked about earlier, if you were to TIF a solar area, you can still have abatements and still have economic development payments. That's still an option. But if you were just looking purely at TIF versus abatement, if you're just looking at those two standalone from each other, everything said earlier was, I found to be correct. I didn't really have much comment on that. The TIF would be new revenue. So that property tax, since that assessed value is not flowing through to the overlapping units, it is new revenue in form of TIF revenue. So with the abatement, you can almost have a combination of new revenue in the EDP, but then you're also having to give an abatement. So there's that kind of back and forth there. I would say that there's also typically three or so agreements that we see with these projects, whether there's an abatement or not. And that would be an economic development agreement, which outlines various terms that council would help you prepare. Various economic terms, various provisions to protect kind of the county. Also a decommissioning agreement and a road use agreement. And decommissioning goes towards the company, when that project is over or whatever happens down the line, being required to get rid of those panels, clean that area back up. The road use is kind of what it sounds like, that repairing any roads that are damaged. So again, your attorneys would help you prepare those documents to help provisions in the county if this project was to move forward and so chosen. So that would be something to talk with your council and look at. But again, I know I spoke a while, I apologize, but just wanted to give you guys some information on the different abatements, TIF, assessed value, so forth.
Bottom line, Greg, is if an abatement is awarded, that doesn't take away anything from the assessed value. That higher assessed value is still there to help compute the tax rates everywhere else.
So if abatement wasn't awarded, I'm sorry.
If an abatement was given, you still have the increased AV.
Well, it would reduce the amount of the increased AV. So there would still be an increase in AV. It would just take a little bit more time to come on, but there would still be, even if you were to give it 100% abatement, there would still be that increase in land AV. That cannot be abated. So for example, back on page 2 on the bottom right, that's 100% abatement. There is still that increase in land AV, really no matter what was decided on the, because that cannot be abated. So that would go towards that 11.1 million of the 91.7 would be there really no matter what abatement was chosen if the project did occur. The other portion of that assessed value is really where the abatement comes into play. It can be spread out over time. If there's no abatement, again, the declining comes on gradually. 50% is more stable over the 10-year period, and then it jumps up. But there's different ways to go about it. But you're right, yeah, that land assessed value would still be there to help lower tax rates. It just wouldn't be the full effect because that full assessed value is not there.
All right, thank you.
Yeah.
Any other questions for Greg? I don't think so. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I appreciate your time.
All right. Next item of business has to do with the abatement. And in order for abatement to proceed, we would have to ask the attorney to prepare the declaration of the areas in need of economic revitalization. That was not voted on last meeting because the motion did not get a second. What I would like to see happen, again, this is just what I'd like to see happen. I would like to see the motion be made and passed. No, that's not the right phrase. I would like to see the motion and the second so that we can discuss it, and then I would call for a roll call vote as to whether or not we were going to ask the attorney to declare the area as an in need of economic revitalization. But I'm doing it because I want the discussion. How you vote, I mean, it's open to you, and I don't know where everybody's at. I know where I'm at, but I would at least like to discuss it so that we're all clear with the public as to where we'd like to take this particular issue. And it's this issue with solar. So, with that, yes, Dave, go ahead.
Or a comment, and I don't know if it's appropriate for me to make a comment before this or not, but I have a comment for Sarah. And I don't know if it's appropriate now or when I should do this.
Okay.
So Sarah, I don't mean to put you on the spot, but I'm probably going to do just that.
That's all right.
Because when we started this process, I originally asked the question, would your company still come to DeKalb County without an abatement?
Yep.
And you and the gentleman that was with you pretty much did not hesitate in saying, yes, we would. There was no qualifications, no hesitations or anything. And then at another meeting, somebody else asked the same question. It was pretty much the same spot. My concern now is that now that we're into this, now there are qualifying statements here with this where 2 meetings,
Sure.
there wasn't there.
Yeah, it's a fair question. I think I can, in my right conscience, answer no, because it's not a 100% no. It's just not. But like any other business, we have to weigh the investments that we have on our table, right, across our portfolio, and make decisions as to what we do with our available capital, right? Every business has to make those decisions. And in some of the conversation I've heard and some of the comments I've heard, the tone and tenor that I'm picking up on, and maybe I could be wrong, is that that's not a consideration that, that Scope and Solar specifically has to make. And I just want to make clear that it is. We do have to balance across our portfolio how every single project looks in terms of its economics. And it's not accurate for me to say that a granted tax abatement or a tax abatement that's not granted has zero impact. Could we still proceed? Yes, but we will certainly have to reevaluate the project economics as compared to the rest of our portfolio. So that's the clarification, and that's why in my mind I can't answer firmly no, that we wouldn't proceed. That doesn't feel honest or transparent to me.
And I appreciate that. I would have felt more comfortable if at the very beginning, if you guys would have pulled this out of your toolkit and said, hey, we're going to have to talk about this further, something like that there, rather than just a no on that.
Maybe I'll be very frank and very honest. Back at the, our first, we had a couple tax abatement committee meetings, right? And I think the question was first asked at that first one. I was struggling with the presence in the room a bit. And again, I'm being very transparent here with y'all. I was struggling a bit with the presence of the room and reading the tone and tenor of the meeting I felt that a quick and decisive answer was warranted in order to continue the conversation. That's all.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
Yeah. Any other questions for me?
All right, with that being said, can I get a motion to address this question to the attorney? Been moved. Is there a second?
Even though I am totally against moving on. I'll make a second so that we have discussions so we can end this one way or move on.
Okay, I have a motion, I have a second. Discussion.
Now, if we make this a TIF, do we have to revitalize it too?
If we're going to make it a TIF, I think we're going to defer to our attorney, but I think that starts to come out of our hands and starts moving towards.
Both, but you don't have to. Don't have to have tax abatement.
I believe that even if we don't give a tax abatement, then the road use agreement, the decommissioning agreement, and the economic development agreement will still happen. It's just that what we're able to request might be a little less if we're not giving abatement. But those three agreements will still be in place or still be required. Yep, that goes right back to the commissioners at that point.
That is factual. EDA still has to address things like minimum assessed values and a number of other things, even if there are no EDA payments involved. Without the tax abatement, there's still a number of other things for the protection of the county that have to be in that EDA agreement.
Okay. Yeah, Jess, go ahead.
One thing, I was at a meeting where you guys took bids on jobs. And one thing I want to point out is EDF, Thalassa, Leeward, they're not the only solar developers that we have come into the table. I spoke to one yesterday who's currently trying to acquire land in DeKalb County, and it might be in the best interest. I mean, if we decide in the end to not do an abatement and to not further subsidize what they're doing, let them pull. There's 5 other solar developers that I think would be, land is a limited resource. They need it. We have something they need. I think they're going to come regardless. So I don't want that fear of they might pull to judge your decision-making process, because there's plenty more out there who are seeking out DeKalb County right now. And with our cap on acreage, it's a competition for land.
Point well taken. Anybody else? If not.
Wait a minute.
Oh, we have somebody back there? Okay.
Trina Radebush, also with the Sculpin Solar Project. Just like you saw with the biogas project last month, you asked your attorney to draft the resolution. It's the same request that we're bringing today. It does not commit DeKalb County to offering an abatement or any of the terms of that. It does not commit DeKalb County to welcoming the project. It merely keeps the door open so that you can continue to evaluate your options, whether you want to do an EDA, an abatement, a TIF, whether you want to take all of that off the table. Saying yes today, asking Mr. Stuckey to draft that resolution, merely keeps those options open for you. Thank you.
Thank you. Did I see more than one hand back there? Okay. Any further discussion among the council? All right. If not, Susan, let's do a roll call vote.
No.
Sorry, no.
No.
No. Failed. All right. That will take that particular item off our agenda. If TIF is used, and this is more of a message to the commissioners and to the redevelopment commission, if we were to use TIF in this particular situation, I would hope that we'd get together with the people in Stafford and Wilmington Township and see what kind of projects are needed. Again, the paving of roads is debatable. I've heard from both sides on that. Broadband, on the other hand, I think is a whole nother issue, and I know we've talked about basically Wi-Fi or building towers, doing satellites. That is not going to work. If we're going to work with broadband and what the desire of the state of Indiana is as far as projects and where money can be delivered, it has to be fiber. The over-the-air Wi-Fi is not the appropriate thing, and I know many of the farmers are in desperate need of broadband because they do use the internet for their businesses and their farming. So
Isn't that still part of our ARPA funds, though? Isn't that
it
still part of our
it
ARPA
is,
funds?
but is it enough?
Oh, I have no
Is it
idea. I thought
enough?
it was like
That's
a
the
matching
issue.
grant or something
No,
that
that's
would get us
the
over the
issue.
top.
Well, I don't know, because, again, I've talked about what's in the legislature right now. There is a provision within the governor's budget, which is in House Bill 1001, that says that the Ready grant funds, of which there are $500 million, cannot be used for broadband. So that's in the budget. So line 96, if anybody's looking for it. But we're going to have to address broadband. And I also have been part of a debate as to whether or not we should encourage people to move out into the country that aren't farmers. That those residents out there are taking up more farmland on a permanent basis and hurting farming more than this than solar would, because the solar can be pulled and you go right back to farming. You build a house, it's gone forever. So that I've been a part of that debate. So that's where that goes. So anyway, beyond, let's move on. And we're getting close to 1 o'clock here. So I thank you all for coming. While I wish it had not gotten so emotional over these last few months, I think that as far as the council is concerned on this particular issue, I think we've pretty much put this one to bed. It goes back to the commissioners, the plan commission, the redevelopment commission, and so many other different places. But I think our part in this is done. So thank you.
I did want to say that this has brought about a lot of emotion. And I've been very disappointed in some of our elected officials, some of our staff who have sent across inappropriate emails, who today I watched in the meeting roll their eyes, shake their head, make negative comments about people from our community who we represent. I hopefully, as we go forward, we won't have to deal with those issues anymore. I expect better from elected officials. I expect better from people who work here at the county government. And I hope we do better.
All right, anybody else?
I would just like to clarify, my yes vote was simply to keep it on the table to make sure that we were weighing all of our options, nothing more, nothing against anyone, for anyone. It was just to keep it top of mind.
I have that in the minutes.
Thank you.
And my no vote does not at all indicate how I feel about tax abatement, because I still feel that tax abatement is a very important tool that this council can have. It's one that's absolutely, as long as it's available, it's one that I think that we're going to take, that we are going to continue to use. We are continuing to refine the process more in the last 4 or 5 years. We now have what I think is an objective format to evaluate tax abatement. Maybe that still needs to be tweaked some, but it's now objective. We actually investigate the companies that we're talking about, not only in what information they provide us, but we make visits to these companies to make sure that they're still getting abatement on equipment that's in place and in use. So I think that we'll continue to refine these issues. But This one, I am glad, personally, I'm glad this one's passed us because it has caused too much controversy. So, anybody else? All right. Well, anyway, thank you all. Appreciate it. We do have a couple more items to do, and I was right when I said we were going to be here till 1 o'clock. First of all, we have acknowledgement of the receipt of the report from Emergency Management for 2022. If I can have a motion to acknowledge the receipt of that report. Been moved by Councilman Yard. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Councilman Collins. Discussion? Comment from the public? Hearing none. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same. That motion's carried. All right. Next, let's tell you, this getting old stuff is for the birds. We have, let's do the, let's do Resolution 2023-RCC-3. We've had some discussion about, do I need that one yet?
No.
Okay. We have been in discussion about establishing some rules of procedure. We've conducted our business from month to month with a lot of assumptions. And things that they've always been done this way, or I don't know, we did it that way last year, so let's do it that way again this year. Well, I think we need to get a few more guidelines to that. And one issue is the actual reading of the ordinances, whether they be short or long. And again, today we avoided hearing me read 40 pages. When I was on city council, I read some bond ordinances that were well in excess of 40 pages. So when you read those, you gotta almost pass them around and let everybody have a little bit of the joy. And I know that Bill Van Wy doesn't want to do that, so we want to skip. So this if we pass this resolution, we will be able to read things on first reading, second reading, third reading by title only. Couple of things, we will have the ordinances or resolutions online 48 hours ahead of time. We will also have copies here so that people that don't have access to the internet or didn't ask for a copy earlier by coming in and picking one up, there would be some that would be here for them to look at. The other issue, the bigger issue with me, well, I guess maybe me not reading 40 pages is a big issue, but the other issue is, we were talking about Robert's Rules of Order. Now, Don's got my book that I've always carried with me since I was on the Auburn City Council, which is a book about an inch thick. I don't know that we need to go to that, but the National Organization of Counties has a document here, which you've all been provided, which are the basic rules of Robert's Rules of Order, just the basic things, that we follow these guidelines. I believe
Don't forget D.
Wednesday. The other issue is it's been debated as to when Susan and I sit down to put together the agenda. It's we do it normally around the Tuesday, Wednesday period of time, and we go with whatever's we have available to us or whatever's been sent to us at that time, but we still get things in on Wednesday afternoon, Thursday, Friday that people want to have added. We've never had a deadline that if you want on the agenda, it has to be by a certain time. And what we would like to do is establish that time as being the Wednesday before council meeting. That way, everybody, we've got a chance to get it on the agenda, get the documents together, get them into the package, into the packet, which would mean that your council packet would be available by, say, Thursday morning, okay? That you would have it available. Now, this time, because of the question that came up last month, we did send out an email to everyone and maybe a text message to a couple of them, because some of you have trouble getting your county emails, letting you know when that package is together. When the things came in from Jeff Peters on the highway bond, we wanted to make sure everybody had plenty of time to look at that before they got in here and had to vote this morning. So we sent out a message. But if we pass this, everything will be in that council packet by Thursday morning. You'll have it available to you.
If I understand correctly, the people would have to request to be heard a week before the meeting, but the ordinances may not necessarily be available to them until 48 hours before. So we could post an ordinance, which then nobody could speak about because they wouldn't have had time.
Well, don't forget, they have to always have 2 readings, minimum, and essentially we do 2 readings, because we always suspend the rules and do second and third reading. So if we passed an ordinance this month, it would have to be back on the agenda unless you suspended the rules the following month. However, this becomes a trust issue. I understand that. But much as I did here today, I mean, there were 2 people that were on the agenda to speak. But with every vote where it was appropriate, and that was most of them, I always ask, is there any discussion from the council? Is there any comment from the public? And I let them come up and make those comments. Those people did not have to, they didn't have to say that. They didn't have to say that they had official comments to make, because things are going to happen at the meeting where they maybe want to comment on. And I understand that that's a trust issue. I'm telling you I'm going to do that. The next person that sits in this chair might not do that. So.
Okay, Amy, I do want to clarify though. So when I am trying to put this agenda together with Rick and to have approved so that I can upload it to meet our 48-hour requirement, that is why I'm requesting that they request to be on if they specifically want to be listed on the agenda as speaking time by noon on that Wednesday, so that then I can have their specific name listed on the actual agenda.
Right.
But you are thinking that is a week ahead of time. My guidelines do not include weekends. So you see that they're requesting it on a Wednesday prior, and then we don't meet until Tuesday.
Correct.
I can't consider Saturday and Sunday as part of that time. So I'm literally only asking for maybe technically 24 hours ahead of time so that I can meet the 48-hour notice of getting everything posted for the public. I think you've got to, because you are seeing that I want to request early, but then I don't have to post stuff except for 48 hours. But my 48 hours don't count the weekend. So I have to have things posted no later than Friday morning, so that I have all day Friday and all day Monday as my 48 hours notice. So I can't not have a deadline, or
Right.
I would never be able to post the agenda.
Anybody who wanted to speak on that resolution wouldn't have time to request it because you wouldn't have posted it yet. If you post it on Friday morning,
But that's what
Something
he's
big.
saying, is when the resolution, if that resolution, like all these ordinances and resolutions that were on this agenda, none of us knew that these were coming until I was able to have all the information to put this agenda out. So that's what he's saying, is he does ask, does anybody have anything to say? It's more for, specifically Jessica and Andrew most recently, they're the ones that actually want to be specifically named on the agenda.
Sure. I'm just not sure that 48 hours gives people the time that they might want to look it over, to figure out, call, ask questions, do investigation. I wish it was longer. I just don't know that 48 hours is a lot of time.
At statute.
And I understand what you're saying, but I'm saying that they might not be able to comment publicly that first meeting because they didn't specifically get on there. But it is going to be discussed a month later at the next meeting unless we were to suspend the rules. But I'm also saying, I am not going to say that, I'm not going to ask for comment from the public and, because again, Catherine could be sitting out there and something happens at this meeting that she didn't think about or know about, and hey, I want to say something. I want to give her the opportunity to do it. I'm not going to make her wait a month to do it. But again, I understand the issue because you're trusting what I'm going to do, not what the next guy in this chair is going to do. So.
And the same with my office. If we have this information sooner, we post it sooner. But we have to at least have a guideline that follows our statute on what our requirements are.
More additional time.
Well, and that is a good point though, Susan, is that if Don gets the ordinance ready for next month's meeting, gets it ready by Friday, you could actually post it now. You could post it on Friday.
Right.
So that's 3 weeks ahead of time. The only one that's going to cause a problem like you're talking about is if he doesn't get it ready until that Wednesday at noon. And that's when it's going to hit up.
Having the public available to come and speak, while I know it's been difficult, it's valuable. That's what we're here for, is to hear from them. So I don't want to stifle any kind of conversation or in any way hinder their availability to look over things and give them as much time to prep also if they want to come. That was my only concern. The 48 hours was just a little small for me. I thought the rest I thought was fine.
Well, and
no matter what, you give them 48 or 72 hours, you're going to always have someone to come in and have a fit over the time limit.
And this is just actually stated. I mean, I've had my own, you don't contact me until Friday morning, you're not getting on it. I tell them, no, it's too late. I've already posted the agenda.
And you got to also remember, this week for Susan, she had a commission meeting yesterday, and you have so she can't have this all overlap. She's busy. If she wants it done 48 hours, she don't have the time to have people coming in afterwards and trying to reschedule. Well, she's working with the commissioners.
Correct.
And how long do you as the commissioners have the same policy?
They have not adopted a resolution yet stating that, but I mean, it's up to me on whether, unless Bill or one of the commissioners tell me, hey, I want them on this agenda prior to me having it posted, then it's my call on how busy the meetings are and what all we've got going and whether it's going to fit in or not.
Yeah, I mean, you need a schedule so we all have something to work with. And like you say, weekends is no different than Monday and Tuesdays for me, but for you, that's your day off and no business is being done inside the county. So I think 48 hours is plenty of time.
The weekend thing is not just because I don't want to work on the weekend, because I do. The weekend thing is per statute on noticing. You do not count the weekend as your time.
Oh yeah, I understand that, because if you do some business, you got 5 days. Boy, that's Thursday, so you got to count Thursday, Friday, then Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday. I understand that part. With me, I count the weekend, so.
The other part of this is we might understand what we do up here as far as times and how we get the information. I'm trying to make it so that the public is very well aware of what the requirements are, when they can request and what they can request. Try to make it as transparent as possible for those people. And we've had more, let's face it, we've had more public participation over this issue than we've had in many, many, many years. So people need to know, how do I get on the agenda? Where's the agenda? How do I contact, I've had somebody contact me today about a phone number. We all have our county email addresses are on the county website. My telephone number, my cell phone number is on the county website, so I'm available, and I have had calls, and I've met with people, and I get text messages all the time. If you got to let people know how they can contact you, and if email's the best way, then make sure they know what your email address is.
Mine's Ford or Rick Green.
I'm not surprised. I am not surprised either.
But if we change this, and, I understand what she's saying, but, in 2 or 3 months, when most of the public will understand this is the rules we're following. And a lot of these, they required it, so let them follow the rules that they want us to do.
Well, and that's one of the reasons this came up. Any of the, like the Plan Commission or BZA or some of the other groups, they all have deadlines. If you want to be on the agenda, or present a project, you've got to have things turned in by 1 week prior to the meeting. So this is kind of, yeah.
Greater public comment. Vote.
What are we looking for so we can continue on?
Yeah.
Is this also for our department heads to come speak before council, or is this just for the public
It is
to request?
everybody.
So could I just ask that we maybe send out a reminder email in the middle of the month? And I only say that because of everything happening at Community Corrections and their change of schedule, that in case something comes up, that they know that there is a strict deadline for them to request to be on our agendas. Not just Community Corrections.
Every month?
But no, maybe for like the first couple, just an email to department heads so they know that
You can pick your jaw.
we're being strict with this. I mean, because I know you've let people on in the past.
I will say I will do my best. I will send out this resolution, if it's passed or whatever, to everyone. I'll keep my comments to
Give it to
myself.
Jack.
No, that's okay.
Yeah, you talk about it in the
I
department head
understand.
meeting.
I just, maybe, at least for the first month, just so people like, oh my gosh, I forgot to turn that paperwork in or request to be on the agenda.
I will come up with something.
And that doesn't include, if they give us an additional,
That's different.
We kind of expect them to be here. They don't have to.
An additional appropriation is due way before what this is stating. Again, this is literally not changing, the time frame on here listed is literally not changing anything that I already currently do. So like if you guys have a public person that calls me on a Friday now or emails me on a Friday now and wants to speak, I deny them and tell them agenda's already done. So it's just putting it there so there is a guideline to go by.
Susan, I just want to go on record to say I think that's a great decision. I think for this body, it's good that we have that agenda sooner rather than later, and you've done a great job of doing that. It gives us, people expect us to do our homework, and getting it last minute doesn't allow us to do that, and you've done a great job of making sure we have it in ample time to spend our weekends doing the homework on the agenda item. So I think that's the way to go. I think Bill said it correctly. If it gave them 24 hours, it'd be 24. If you gave them 76, it would be 76. Everybody waits to the last moment. So there are going to be people who don't get in. They don't make it under the wire. That's just part of the deal.
Thank you.
But I think it's appropriate that you're doing it. And you're mandated by state of the 48. That's nothing that all 92 states in Indiana do the same. Counties, excuse me. Thank you. Glad Amy's. Yeah, true.
Thank you.
I'm still shooken from when you called my name earlier.
All right, do we have a?
We have nothing.
I need a motion to approve the resolution number 2023-RCC-3, which sets the rules of transaction of our business. Motion to approve this. And moved by Councilwoman Dembski. Is there a second? Everybody jumps up so damn quick at these.
I know.
Second by Councilman Yard. Any further discussion? Okay, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same. That motion's carried. Now, we have one last item. And do you have that? And
Everybody on that side, make sure you sign this
is
before you
this the
go.
one that is this the one I'm going to sign? I have here the engagement relating to the underwriter for the garage project. I need a motion to,
For just you.
oh, there, okay, I need an emotion to direct me to sign this for the underwriter for the bond project, for the highway garage. This is from Stifel.
Different. It's a different company.
Yeah, this is if I can have a motion to, and this is the same underwriter we've used in previous bond issues.
Stiefel.
Is it Stiefel?
I think it's Stiefel. Yeah.
Right. Can I have a motion to approve this? Or allow me to sign it? Been moved by Councilman Van Wy. Second by
Whoa!
Councilman, right.
We're putting that on the calendar. That was record speed.
Second by Councilwoman Prosser. Thank you, Amy. Is there any further discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same. That motion is carried. Now, unless somebody else has something for the good of the order, I will entertain a motion.
I'd like to make a motion that we adjourn.
I second.
Motion moved and seconded that we adjourn. And I noticed in the new rules we just adopted, that's not debatable. All those in favor signify by